Yes, Mayor, there is the first, under these, subsection one, the desert star system. That item has been deferred and will not be a responsibility.
Okay, so dropping 4B1, 4B live, we'll come back here at 6:30 and we'll go into closed session now. March 7th, Tuesday, regular meeting of Marina City Council. We just came out of closed session, and we always start this part of the open session with our city attorney Heidi Quinn giving us a summary.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. The council met tonight in closed session on 4 items. Conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation and 3 items of real property negotiation. As to all items, direction was, an update was provided to the council, direction was provided, but there was no reportable action. And that concludes my report.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have a special guest today who's going to be reciting the pledge for us. Her name is Alyssa Smith. She's a community volunteer. She's on the status of the the status of Commission of Women, Monterey County. She's a lot to brag about. She heads up our junior giants. She was a softball coach. She most recently received a resolution from the Board of Supervisors for the Women's History Month. And as tomorrow is International Women's Day, I found her to be the perfect person to lead us in the pledge today.
We'll have a moment silent.
To the republic, which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Elisa.
Yes, thank you, Lisa. And thanks everybody for being here. It's our first meeting in a few years. So it's good to be back. Although I do kind of miss the pajamas. All right, so we'll move right to not having any special presentations. We'll right to council and staff announcements. And council, you just have to turn your light on. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Christina Medina Dirksen.
I just wanted to practice that. That's all.
Brian McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted, during the moment of silence a moment ago, I just was reflecting on the incredible amount of time that has passed since we last met, and everything that has changed since then. And I just want to kind of ask everyone else to reflect on that as well. A lot of people have really been hurt over this COVID pandemic, and a lot of things have changed on this dais since the day that we decided not to any longer meet in public. So it's just a really meaningful thing. And I think we should acknowledge all that we've been through. And I'm really excited of what the future holds. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to mention and thank the people who showed up. We had about 30 volunteers show up last Saturday, and it rained on us and it blew strong wind. Like if you know what it's like to be at the beach when you're getting sandblasted, that's what it was like up at Hilltop Park, a future city park on former Fort Ord inside the city of Marina. And the volunteers, they planted about 600 plants. So that was really good. That project is going really well. And as a further announcement, our next and last such event will be on April 1st from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And there will be a live Dixieland jazz music band playing. So you get to be on your hands and knees planting native plants in one of our future parks while being serenaded with Dixieland jazz. Another thing I want to say is thanks to the people who took care of the graffiti tagging that happened at Vince DiMaggio Park. And now we'll go into a fundraising mode to raise money, about $3,000 to put a beautiful mural on that same wall. So instead of being tagged in the future, we'll just see some beautiful community art that'll be done by, sponsored by Marina Youth Arts in part, and done by Kenny Curtis, a tattoo shop owner in town, along with half of it is going to be done with high school students who are designing half as a beach scene. So it's going to be a really nice mural at Vince DiMaggio Park. All right, let's go back to Mayor Pro Tem Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to give a few shout outs to our police department who won against the Salinas Police Department in a battle of the badges. Yay! We won 43-23, I believe, with some standouts on our team, including Officer Rachel Sumioma, who's a track star at Hartnell College. It was quite exciting, a good amount of money raised for our PAL program, and it was pretty much sold out. And Elisa was also behind that. So thank you for that. The other thing is a shout out to the volunteers who came to spruce up the Los Arboles Sports Complex in preparation for the softball, baseball, softball season. And that was a park cleanup on the weekend. And then there's going to be some events happening probably with the rec announcements, Irish Heritage Luncheon occurring on March 18th. So just want to give you all a heads up of some things happening. Thank you.
All right. And thank you. I forgot about that basketball game. But at one point, for 5 minutes during the game, the Marina Police Department was represented on the floor by an all women's team, 5 players playing basketball against 5 big men who were on the Salinas team. During that 5-minute span, the Salinas team did not score a point. And the smallest woman on the Marina team blocked a shot of the biggest person on the Salinas team. That was a highlight for me in that game. It was great. All right. Councilmember Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are we going to have recreation announcements, or should I just say, okay, want everyone to make note of 2 wonderful community events that are already being in a plan for. And the first one is our Earth Day. We have a fabulous Marina Earth Day, and that's on April 15th and Saturday. Please bring your family, your friends, and your children especially. And also, the city of Marina is now resurrecting our multicultural festival, and that is now being planned for Saturday, June 24th. So please, again, it's a wonderful affair, and it's really celebrating the diversity of Marina as well as the region. So please mark your calendars. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Any announcements from staff? Okay. Now we'll go to the members of the public. You can raise your hand online, and first we'll go to the people here in person. If anyone wants to speak to anything that's not on the agenda tonight, or anything that's on our consent agenda, which we're going to get to next. Come on up to the podium, please. And you can tell us your name, but you don't have to.
There we go. All right. Hello, my name is Nathan Maston. I'm a homeowner. I reside on Vista del Camino. My wife and I purchased a home here in 2018. We thought it was going to be a real nice, quiet little neighborhood to raise our 2 kids, now 5 and 8. After a few months of living here, we realized that it was not quite as quiet as we thought it was going to be when we made our purchase. In 2019, I came before the council asking for assistance with the issue of motorists traveling at rates of speed far in excess of the unposted residential limit of 25 miles an hour. Nothing's been done since then. Due to the unaddressed issue of these speeding vehicles and the danger they pose to the safety of the children in our neighborhood, you will not see any of the multiple children that live on our block playing in front of their homes. There are at least 8 homes with young children on the stretch between Peninsula and Melanie. At least 8 that I know of. I walk my kids to school every day, so I'm well aware of how many kids there are on that little stretch. I believe the lack of playing children is indicative of the safety issues perceived by parents and guardians along this stretch of road. Since the last time I appeared before the council, on 2 separate occasions, a toddler somehow escaped from their home and managed to wander down the block and into the street. Twice. It was with sheer luck that the toddler did not happen to step in front of one of these speeding vehicles. The pandemic has only made things worse, as less people on the road has actually led to more traffic citations in many cities across the country. My own experience on the roads is that there are many people driving faster and more recklessly since the pandemic. I'm aware of staffing difficulties Marina PD faces and can't realistically ask to have the area patrolled any more frequently. And although it seems common knowledge for anyone with a driver's license that the speed limit in a residential area is 25 miles an hour, we've all heard the saying, common sense isn't very common. I would like to give people the benefit of the doubt and assume that they just don't know any better. And that is what I'm here to ask for proper signage and or marking on the road surface stating the speed limit of 25 miles an hour. I'm going to go out on a limb and just hope that people really don't know, because there is a transition from Vista del Camino in the commercial section between Reservation and Peninsula. And then once you hit Peninsula, it is a residential neighborhood. Especially at the bottom of the hill right there. For some reason, people seem to really want to get on it right there as they start accelerating up that hill. Through some interaction with some city staff I've had in the last few days working on the odor panel, I have learned that the cost of painting a 2 and a 5 on the street is relatively negligible at not more than a few $100s, is what I was told today. It might not be as effective at slowing vehicles at speed bumps, but
Excuse me,
any
sir.
positive change.
This is my least favorite part of the job, but
Okay.
your time is up.
Oh, all right. Okay. Well,
We
thank
will-
you very much. I appreciate it.
We'll give you some mention at the end of the public comment, so stay with us.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Person would like to speak now before we move to the online.
Sorry. I'm new to the in-person thing. I'm here to second what he's saying about, speeds on Vista del Camino. I also live there and people go ridiculously fast. And, I mean, if painting a 25 on the street is, the least he wants to ask for, I think that's pretty easy to do. I'm not a fan of speed bumps, but I would even like to see speed bumps, and I hate speed bumps because people go way too fast. And if you've been asking this since 2018, 2019, and it's 2023, I mean, come on. I called today for a dead raccoon in the middle of Melanie, and it was gone within a few hours. So if a raccoon can be gone in the middle of the road in 3 hours, why is it taking 4 or 5 years to get anything done about children potentially being run over on a residential street? So hopefully, this won't just get swept under the rug, and you can listen to this gentleman and me and put some signs out or something. Thank you.
We'll now move to Grace Silva Santella online. Welcome, Grace, and good evening.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. Thank you very much for allowing a hybrid form of City Council meetings going forward. Although I am sorry that I'm not there to celebrate with you your first in-person meeting back after such a long, difficult stretch with COVID. I want to announce a few things about Friends of the Marina Library. This past weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we had a phenomenal, successful book sale. We raised $5,300, which was $1,800 more than the book sale we had in December. And we want to thank everybody who came out and purchased books, and hope that they will continue to come up to our bookstore and purchase from us up there on Reservation Road. This week, we have 2 exciting Friends of the Marina Library events coming up that will be using the amazing new AV system we have in our community room at the library. On Wednesday evening at 6 o'clock, Marina resident Skip Kaddish will be giving a 6-week art history series. It'll be 3 weeks, 3 Wednesdays in a row, then a week off, and then 3 more Wednesdays. And any of you who who know Skip, he is not only extremely knowledgeable in his background on art, he is also a fun person to watch and listen to speak because he has training and background as an actor. And then on Saturday, we will be showing our first film since COVID. This will be again using our new AV system. We'll be showing the movie Minari, which is in Korean with English subtitles and English. It was a 2021 film, critically acclaimed. And I hope that we'll get a lot of turnout for that film. The third Saturday of every month, the library staff will be doing a classic movie, and then they are working on a regular day in the month when they'll be doing a family movie. They're debating it being early Friday evenings. They haven't come up with the specific date on that. So thank you to City Council, to city staff for their support of putting in that AV system, and that Friends of Marina Library was able to contribute some money towards that. And then I just want to finish by saying, most of you know I live on Susan Avenue, and I'm very familiar with the traffic was mentioned by the first speaker on Vista del Camino, and it's horrific. And I personally don't think painting numbers on the street is going to do enough, though it's a start. I think we need maybe the little raised bumps that are in the middle of the street that'll wake up people so they know
Excuse me,
they're crossing
Grace.
over. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Grace. Thank you very much. Sorry to interrupt you. Okay. Let's move to Del Cooper. Del, if you're having technical difficulty, we'll come back to you in a moment or two, in a couple of minutes. But I think there might be an issue on your end. So right now, let's go to Paul Ligorski, and we'll come back to Del in a few minutes. Hello, Paul, and welcome.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, terrific. Good evening, Mayor Delgado, council members. My name is Paul Ligorski. I'm part of the Blue Zones Project team here in the Peninsula Cities. We are a health and well-being initiative across Monterey County, but I'm here tonight.
Go ahead, Paul.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. I'm here tonight to let everyone know, and we're thrilled to be celebrating the school site approval of the Marina Vista Elementary Arts Academy. We'll be holding the approval celebration this Thursday morning at 10 a.m. at the school. This is for us, a monumental achievement. This is the second school in the Monterey Peninsula Unified School District to become Blue Zones Project approved. And both of these schools are in Marina. So just kind of representing the really clear commitment that Marina has to health and well-being. So we hope if you're able to join us, we'll be there 10 a.m. Marina Vista this Thursday, March 9th. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paul. All right, let's go back to Del.
The one car parking for the townhouses and the issues it will cause.
Del, let me interrupt you, Del. That item of Sea Haven parking ordinance text is on our agenda later tonight. So if you could stay tuned, we'll call on you first when we get to that issue, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Del. All right, anyone else wishing to speak on items that are not on our agenda or our consent agenda tonight? Please raise your hand. We'll give you a moment or two. Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public comment. And we had 3 people that mentioned speeds. And so we no longer get in a back and forth with you up here on the council during the council meetings, but our city manager, Lane Long, what should be the next step for those folks?
I believe that we have your phone numbers. So, and if you don't, just leave it with the city clerk and we'll get back in touch with you about some options. We'll talk it over in our staff end.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did have a clarification on the minutes, and I had a question on the,
We'll get to the consent agenda.
oh, okay.
We're almost.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the minutes of page 3, just a clarification of a name, Valerie Matthews should be Vely, Vely Matthews. And then I had a question on the page 9 of 16 in the registry, which is the accounts payable.
Let's go to that question.
The question is, we're paying $11,476.54 for professional services for the Recreation and Cultural Services Director. And I wanted to know just if there's an update on that position at all, if this is the right time and place to ask that. Thank you.
Sure. We are actively recruiting right now for that, and I'm not sure how many applications we've received, but we are receiving a lot of applicants right now.
Is that a monthly charge or is that a quarterly charge?
That is based on the recruiting firm of their work up to date, and I believe the contract is up to a total of $25,000.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Brief question on 10F1, which is the emergency preparedness plan. Through the mayor, I guess for staff, we've recently had some flooding and we may be getting some more coming up. Does staff believe that what the work that's been done in this plan has been adequate to address those flooding incidents in the past and in the future? Or is there room for improvement there? Have we had any issues with the flooding that we've received?
Yeah, Doug can answer that.
Council member, I think that every plan could always use improvement, but the plan that we're referring to in here is one that we'd worked. The council approved back. We worked as a county as some multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan, and it's already approved by FEMA. It really hasn't been tested because we haven't really had flooding issues in the last atmospheric river. We are getting prepared for this current one. And so with the resources at hand, the plan is adequate at this time. I think they could always be improved. And just for your information, we're already today, the conference calls and planning has started for the atmospheric river that's coming in on Thursday.
Thank you.
And this plan helps address that.
Okay, I have a follow-up question. So for post-disaster funding, is there any chance this could be a source of funds to fix the flooding that happened so it doesn't happen again at Marina Drive by the railroad handcars?
No, I don't think that is, but we're in discussions with the school district on a couple solutions with that, and we think we have a path forward on that.
Thank you. All right. Would someone like to make a motion on the consent?
Mr. Mayor, I don't, this thing may not be working.
Yeah, there you go. Councilmember Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry about that. I just have a quick question on the emergency preparedness. I wanted to just get some clarification about a graph on page 11. And it's table G1, and the top safe growth survey results, a change from 2016 to 2021. Let's just take the zoning ordinance. There's a change of 2.25, but I'm not quite sure I understand what that means. And I read the the description, but I still don't understand it says the respondents agreed or disagreed with the statement as it relates to the city's current plans, policies, and programs for guiding future community growth and development. And then I see zoning ordinance, and there's a big change from 2016 to 2021. Could somebody just kind of give me an idea what that change means from 2016 to 2021?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the page number or the
Yeah,
graph number?
page 11 in our staff.
It's also page G4 of Exhibit B.
Yes, and I read what it says, but I'm not quite sure what the meaning is. So if you look at zoning ordinance, because that one seems to have the highest change from 2016 to 2021, it went from 2.50 to 4.75. What does that mean?
And if it's going to be a lengthy answer, then we could pull this for further discussion.
So this is, and I'm sorry, I don't have the whole answer to your question. I can research it and get back to you,
Okay,
but this was a plan that was also, please keep in mind, this plan was done back in 2020 and finalized and approved in 2021. And really what today's action is to approve it being in a general plan so that
yes,
we
I
can
understand.
be eligible for federal funds.
Yes,
and
I
grant
understand
funds.
that. So I can
But-
get the answer after the council if it would be
Yes,
fine.
Yeah, the brief answer is those numbers went from 2.5 to 4.75. That's an improvement of our zoning to be able to mitigate for the impact. So it's just a reflection of improvement from 2016 to 2020.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Kathy, would you like to make a motion on the consent agenda?
Sure, I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the one correction in the minutes, and I think that's pretty much it.
Is there- Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen?
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Can we have a roll call vote, please, Anita? Okay, all in favor, please say aye. All opposed, please say no. So that motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Now we have 3 public hearings. The first regarding parking at Sea Haven. And when we get to public comment, we'll go to Del Cooper when we start the online comments. So who's going to lead us through this? Our trustee, Karen Tiedemann.
Yes, good evening, Karen Tiedemann with Goldfarb and Lippman, and I'm going to kick this off and then Nick is going to step in. And first of all, it's very nice to be at your first public meeting again and to see you all in person. So what you have on your agenda tonight is 2 ordinances, approving a text amendment to the zoning ordinance related to parking at Sea Haven. And the second one is an ordinance approving the second amendment to the development agreement for the Sea Haven project. I forgot. There we go. Okay, so just by way of background, the Sea Haven project is a multi-phase development that consists of 1,050 residential homes. In accordance with the approvals for the project, which date back to 2004, 20% of the homes in the development are below market rate homes, and we'll talk about that a little bit more later. The project also includes a significant amount of infrastructure, including trails and parks, as noted on the slide. So this is a slide showing in blue are where the townhome lots are in Sea Haven. As part of the development, there are 102 townhomes, and these are the lots that are designated for the townhomes, and we're going to be talking about those in a little bit. So as I said, this project dates back to 2003. And so what you have before you is a little bit of a timeline. The council adopted a specific plan. Well, starting the redevelopment agency approved an agreement with the developer to transfer the property for the development to the developer in 2003. A specific plan was approved in 2004. Design guidelines were approved in 2004. Just to note that the homeowners association covenants, conditions, and restrictions were approved in 2016. In July of 2018, there was an amendment to the development agreement, which was originally approved in 2004. And we'll talk about all this in a little bit. And then in November of 2022, the council reached agreement on a settlement agreement resolving issues related to fees and other issues regarding the First Amendment to the development agreement that we will talk about. On December 7th, 2022, the developer, Waltham Castanos, applied for design review for the townhomes and a text amendment, which we will also discuss. And then on February 9th of 2023, the Planning Commission met and considered various actions, and they did approve design review for the townhomes and made recommendations to the City Council with regard to the Second Amendment to the development agreement and the parking amendment. So as I noted, the Planning Commission met on February 9th. The Planning Commission took several actions related to what's before you. They did approve the CEQA determination that the amendments that are being requested, including the amendment to the development agreement and the amendment to the zoning ordinance, were consistent with the environmental impact report that was prepared in 2004, and that no additional CEQA analysis was required. The Planning Commission also approved the site and architectural design review for the townhome projects. They recommended that the City Council approve the Second Amendment to the development agreement, and they recommended that the City Council deny the text amendment to revise the parking standard on a 2-3 vote. So I'm not going to go into depth in this slide, but this slide is essentially the findings that the Planning Commission made with regard to the Second Amendment to the development agreement. These are the required findings under your development agreement ordinance in your municipal code so that it's consistent with your general plan, it's compatible with the uses, et cetera. So the Planning Commission made those findings, and similar findings are in the ordinance that's before you tonight. So one of the actions that is before you tonight is approval of the Second Amendment to the development agreement. As I said earlier, the council originally approved a development agreement in 2004. That agreement was amended in 2018. The original development agreement vested the development rights for the developer, and it had a term that expired on November 30th of 2018. The original development of the Sea Haven project was delayed as a result of litigation and the recession. So by 2018, a significant amount of infrastructure was in, but not a lot of homes were developed. So the developer requested an amendment to the development agreement to extend the term. As part of the negotiations of that amendment, the city requested and the developer agreed to a couple significant changes in the development agreement. First of all, the developer agreed that effective December 1st of 2018, all of the city impact fees in place as of that time would apply when building permits were issued. So they were no longer locked into the 2004 impact fees. But the more significant change was that the developer agreed to pay a new fee to be adopted by the city to replace what was the Fort Ord Reuse Authority Community Facilities District fee when the Fort Ord Reuse Authority dissolved. And the new fee in the First Amendment to the development agreement was designed to provide the city with the funding that it would need when it assumed the obligations that FORA had previously been undertaking when FORA was dissolved. So those include habitat mitigation, certain base-wide capital improvements, and blight removal. So the developer agreed to pay that in the First Amendment. The city did adopt the new fee shortly before FORA dissolved. And what occurred after that is the developer disputed whether they were subject to the new fee and how the new fee was to be implemented. So as a result of that, we ended up in a lengthy mediation process with the developer, and the city council in December approved a settlement agreement of that issue. As part of that settlement agreement, the condition of the settlement agreement becoming effective was that the second amendment to the development agreement be approved and that the text amendment to the zoning ordinance be approved. So the negotiations on the settlement originally centered solely on the new fee, but they did expand as both the city and the developer recognized that there were other issues that needed to be addressed that were not currently addressed in the development agreement. So the second amendment to the development agreement covers sort of four main topics. One is the new fee, that the developer will pay the new fee when building permits are issued for the homes. And that obviously was an important one to the city in terms of having the revenue it needs to address the impacts on the base. We also address in the second amendment the development of Sea Haven Park. In the first amendment to the development agreement, the developer agreed to contribute 2.1 million towards the development of Sea Haven Park. As part of the second amendment, the developer has agreed to increase that amount to 3 million. The city will be contributing towards the costs of Sea Haven Park by paying for the play equipment. And then the development agreement also addresses the timing for the development of Sea Haven Park. The development agreement also addresses the affordable housing program for Sea Haven. And the original affordable housing program was crafted in 2003. It was designed to provide for sale affordable housing to what was defined as workforce households. So households between 120% of median income and 200% of median income. But over the course of time and through various implementation measures, it became clear to city staff that it actually was not going to meet the goals of the city in terms of providing affordable housing and providing meaningful opportunities for workforce households to have an opportunity to buy homes in Marina. And that's because of the way the pricing was structured on the homes. The purchase price for a lot of the workforce homes were very close to market price. So in the course of the negotiations, we revised the affordable housing program. So the below market rate housing program in the second amendment consists of 51 townhomes that will be sold and priced at prices that are affordable to households at 120% of area median income. There are an additional 51 townhomes that will be priced at a price affordable to households at 135% of median income. And then there are 23 workforce cottages, and those are priced at households at 150% of median income. And then there are bridge homes, which are a bit of a creature of the original agreements that were entered into in 2003 between the city and the developer. The bridge homes were originally designed to be affordable to households in the 180% of median range, but they were set at a price that was fixed in 2003. So they weren't really meeting that need. So the Second Amendment provides that those homes will be priced at a price affordable to 150% of median income, but they can be sold to households with incomes above that. And the goal is to try to provide housing opportunities, particularly for public employees, because that's a need on the peninsula. So in the course of those negotiations, the pricing has changed. And this slide just shows you how the pricing changed. The pricing went down on the workforce townhomes and the workforce cottages, so that those homes really are different from a market rate home and hopefully will be enticing to people to buy. And then on the bridge homes, the price was fixed, as I said. And so those prices are more in line with the income range that they were designed to serve. The other issue that came up in the negotiations was the townhomes. And we're going to talk a little bit about the townhome parking issue, but the other issue with the townhomes were they're a very small product. And originally they were designed to be 3-bedroom townhomes. The developers agreed as part of the Second Amendment to make them all 2 bedrooms. And that was particularly important to the city because we wanted to make sure that it was a product that actually was marketable. And the 3 bedrooms resulted in a product that was very confined. So they will all be 2 bedrooms, and hopefully that will make it a marketable product. And then hopefully that will also address part of the parking issue that is part of the text amendment. So I think I'm going to turn it over to Nick, and obviously I will be available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Karen. Council, do you have any questions of what we've heard so far?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Karen, before you sit down, on just for the public, because there was a nice graph on page slide 9, I think it was.
Mhm.
And I know you had a more complex graph following that. One more slide before that.
Yep.
Could you, for the public, just kind of where you see 120% of the AMI, could you put a number to those so that when the public sees this, they kind of get a better idea?
I do not have those numbers. While Nick is giving his presentation, I can see if I can pull them up.
Okay, just a ballpark so
Yeah.
that we kind of can see
Yeah.
without trying to figure out an AMI for each of these
Right,
things. Yeah,
right.
great. Thank you
I
so
can
much.
see what I can do.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Sorry, Karen.
Yep.
We still have another question
Okay.
or so from this one from Marina, Mayor Pro Tem Christina Benita Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is somebody going to jump ahead and talk about the park? Because I have a question about the park budget on
Mhm.
page 37.
Yep.
More discussion. So I should save my question.
Nope, you can
Okay.
ask away.
I'm looking at Exhibit D, the Second Amendment to the Development Agreement.
Yep.
This is page 37, and then in the middle of the page it says 15. And it has the breakdown of how much everything costs. It looks like there's a remainder of $604,000. This is for the developer's breakdown of everything in the park, what's going to cost. And I'm just wondering, were they under any obligation to spend that full $3 million? Is there somebody?
No, that's a good question. So, as I said, the developers agreed to increase their contribution to the park to 3 million. I believe the council approved a park design at some point last year. And pricing out that park design, it actually is going to cost more than 3 million. So the developers priced it at 3.6 million. So we currently have a $600,000 gap on the park cost. So in the Second Amendment to the Development Agreement, there are options for resolving that issue. And one option is, as part of the Sangilla mitigation, the developer, if they get a take permit from California Fish and Wildlife, they are entitled to receive from an escrow account that was set up by the prior developer about $700,000. So if they get that $700,000, they'll put that towards the park. If they don't get that $700,000, then the city and the developer are going to have to sit down again and look at the park design to see where there can be some cost savings. So the developer is only obligated for the 3 million. The city is not obligated to pay the difference. But obviously, we have to solve for that difference to get the park built.
And just a follow-up, thank you for that very much through the mayor. A follow-up is, this is dated October 2022. So with inflation, are we expecting any, was there a cushion for, it's a breakdown of everything. If you ever want to know how much a dog park costs or event costs or any of those kind of things or drainage, it's all here. I'm just wondering, did they provide a cushion? Because, economics, price of wood changes.
Well, I think the developer is online and you might want to ask them a question. We have discussed that. There's a feeling that some costs might actually be going down because there's less construction. So yes, that is an older number, but it's not necessarily an out of date number.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Anything else?
Welcome back, Nick.
Thank you. I will just mention that on the screen right now, it does have the number for the area median income for 2022 for a family of 4, which is the standard metric most people use. And it's $90,100 per HCD. So if you do the math of $90,100 times 120% of that, you would get to what that income would be, or 135 or 150. But she's going to crunch the numbers more for you. Oh, no. Oh, he just crunched the numbers for me. Thank you. So based on that 90,000, I'll go back. Based on that $90,100, 120% of that would be $108,120. 135% of that would be $121,635. 150% of that would be $135,150. And 200% of that would be approximately $180,000.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So I'm going to be talking to you about the text amendment portion of the item in front of you today. So the text amendment, the current parking standard for that is within the chapter 1744 parking, which the Marina Heights zoning district refers to currently, states that the parking requirement is for a 2-bedroom unit, which is, as Karen mentioned, is the standard that we have gone with for this for the townhome units, is 2 covered parking spaces plus 2 guest spaces for every 5 units. So on a site with 6 units, that'd be approximately 15 parking spaces, with 12 being covered. With the amendment to section 1738.070 for parking, what we are doing is we're carving out the townhomes, and specifically 2-bedroom townhomes, and saying specifically for 2-bedroom townhomes, which is what they're going to build, they will have the ability to build just 1 garage space. So that's 1 covered parking space. I'm now going to talk to you about how the text amendment does correspond well with the specific plan. So in the specific plan, it was written into the plan that they wanted to create a living environment that is not centered around the automobile. So if you've been to Sea Haven, which I'm sure all of you have, you will know that there are walking trails, there's parks, there's the Oak Preserve, and eventually there'll be many bus stops along Marina Heights. Further, the overall design of the site allows for and encourages the use of alternative modes of transportation. So as I said, there is a lot of people that, if you go through there, and I go there every week quite often, there's many people walking, and eventually there'll be quite a bit of public transit. So they situated this site and they planned this development so that in the future infrastructure for multimodal transit will be accessible to Sea Haven in the future. And that will help to reduce the dependency on the automobile. So on this slide, you can see that I have a lot of information. The biggest takeaway on this item I want you guys to take is that the future MST surf line is quite close to the Sea Haven development. There are 2 bus stops existing. Those are the 2, I don't know if I can use this pointer. If you can see on the screen, the 2 yellow dots that are to the either side of Sea Haven, those are the existing bus stops along Imgen, and one that's in Preston Abrams. And then as you can see along Reservation Road, that's considered a high frequency line by MST. And then the large star, that's going to be a MST surf line stop. And so in the future, as these townhomes are built, you're going to see more high-speed bus line come in, and you're going to see additional bus stops developed as more residents move into Sea Haven and the surrounding area. This slide here is to speak about the overall design of Sea Haven. So Sea Haven has very narrow streets. As you can see from the map, the graphic on the left of this slide, this is an older graphic from fire. And this is to prevent people from parking on certain sides of the street and on certain streets for fire access to ensure that Sea Haven is safe. It was developed with narrow streets to create a more attractive development and to foster a greater sense of close-knit neighborhood community. So it was done with intention, and so the development, when it was developed, the original lotting plan for this development created lots that are minimum 8,000 square feet. These are smaller lots than I think they realized, and because of the size of the lots and the constraints, there's no real option other than reducing the number of parking of the below market rate units, and specifically the townhomes. The other below market rate units that Karen mentioned, there is no parking change to those unit types. But for the townhome sites, which are constrained by that 8,000 square feet, there's no real way to design the townhomes and create a marketable product. So it's one reason for the text amendment. And the other side of this too is, are you going to build parking or are you going to build affordable housing? And I think that's really the crux of this project or this amendment. And that gets at the larger picture. So if you look at California overall, you'll see that the last 5 years, we've seen over 30 housing bills passed, and they all encourage creating housing, and specifically affordable housing. With the housing crisis in California, you're seeing more and more bills pushing towards reducing parking and getting away from parking minimums. One parking space per residential unit is actually becoming the standard for residential development in a lot of cities. So this is in line with all of those bills, and it reflects the intent of that legislation as the California legislature has provided. And then, as Karen spoke, this is all part of a larger project. So the townhomes are an approved housing type as part of the specific plan. The 102 townhomes are approved. They're part of the specific plan. And this second amendment to the settlement agreement provides significant benefits to the city that Karen has already spoken about. So I will not go over this again. On that last slide, I will say that the third bullet point is important because these are going to provide 102 for sale affordable housing products. Oftentimes below market rate units are rental units. So it's unique that we're going to get 102 affordable housing units that are going to be for sale. So I just wanted to mention that. So before you can see the recommended action. These are staff's recommended actions. And the first is to find that the project is consistent with the EIR. And the second is to read by title only and waive further readings and approve the First Amendment to the ordinance 2023, amending sections 1738, 070, and 090 to modify the parking standards in the MHR district of the town for the townhomes, and then also to read by title only and waive further reading and approve the first reading of that ordinance as well for the Second Amendment to the development agreement for Sea Haven pursuant to chapter 4.04 of the Marina Municipal Code. So I will close my presentation with that.
All right. Thank you, Nick. You always do such a good job. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Questions for Nick or other staff from City Council? Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Me again. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When we look at the design, you said there's not a chance for any kind of modifications, but looking at that, the driveways, are they large enough for two cars in the driveway? Is there ability for a car to be in the garage and then one like parked in a manner that two cars can be accommodated?
So I do have a reference slide for this because I had a feeling we might talk about the site plan. So if you can see on the screen, this is the first floor plan on the left. It shows the garages, and the developer actually will have a presentation after me and they can go over this in more detail, and they have a zoomed in version on their slides. The way it works so they're designing for the smallest possible lot. So the 8,000 square foot lot, they're not designing for their largest lot. And on the smallest lot, in order to preserve setbacks, access from alleyway, so that's a requirement specific plan, and this site plan and the 947 square foot unit type, there's not enough room to have an additional driveway space. I believe that's 5 feet between the driveway and or between the alleyway and the front of the garage. So the answer is no.
I do have one more question but it's relating to the homeowners association. Should I reserve that for later?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So we'll come back later to that. Let's go to Councilmember Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So much of what we're talking about is how to, even with a decrease in the amount of parking, and you've spoken about many things that can be alternatives, and that is the street parking or those the MST stops. So on the map, you had the surf hub, and then you had 2 yellow dots, and those are stops that seem closest to Sea Haven. Can you tell me how often those buses go? Are they every few minutes, 15 minutes, 5 minutes? What is the schedules for that?
I would have to look that up for you and
Okay.
get back to you.
Yeah, thank you.
can look
Because
that
I
up.
think people would like to know if they're going to give up another car, if it makes sense for them to do this, but if they have to wait for a long time, it's going to deter that option. And you also said that we might be able to have more stops beyond those 2. Is that what you're referring to? Is more stops than that for alternative transportation?
That's correct. I believe there's a number of stops planned for within the Sea Haven development. Once more and more houses are built, then the MST will then look into adding stops once the houses are built and the residents move in. So
I see. And
yeah.
who mans that? Who starts that process? Is it the developer? Is it citizens? Is it the city? Who initiates that review at MST to say, we now have reached a point, we need to start getting ready, planning for these stops?
Marina Salinas Transit is the one that would initiate that on their own. They're constantly looking at populations and growth, and as you can see with the surf line having such a prominent location right next to the dunes in Sea Haven, you can see that they're already anticipating a large number of residents in that area. So there'll be more connector bus stops, I believe, to connect all that.
And I hope so. And I'm asking the question because some of this stuff you can say, we assume it's logical when the development reaches a critical point, but I'm just afraid that it's going to take more initiative to get that process going.
Mhm.
So, we probably need to be manning that constantly. Thank you very much.
Okay, before we go to Councilmember McCarthy, I'm assuming that Councilmember Fisher has a follow-up to that issue?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do. So as a follow-up on that, I am a board member for MST, and I already started some discussions about it because I agree it's the chicken and the egg. You need to have the bus stops kind of when the people move in. You do want to offer that option right from the start before they need to find other solutions for transportation. So I did start it, but thank you for the question. And so I think, yeah, the city needs to look at transit options that provide alternatives to automobiles as the primary method of transportation, as was listed in the report, not just at Sea Haven, but for all neighborhoods, at bus stops, increase service, MST. And also, is there any scooter parking designs, especially near the below market units? The electric scooters, the bird scooters?
Not at this time, no.
Can that still be done?
Yes, that could still be done.
Will that be done?
We would have to go back and look at that and work with Bird.
Yes, because I think there are options, next to the garages, there's some space. Because most people want to park their scooters correctly, but often there's just not enough space on sidewalks. So other question that might be too hard for now, but what would the consequences be if council would approve but require the garages to be a little bit bigger, longer, wider, higher? Because I don't see any options for people to store bicycles.
Right. I would have to defer to the applicant to try to answer that, or maybe Karen.
Yeah, we should defer to Karen Tiedemann on that question.
Yeah,
So,
I would defer.
what would be the implication of increasing the size of the garage?
Oh, increasing the size.
Karen, if you want to wait for the developer, we have that person, Mike Slater. ready to go as well.
Yes. Why don't we let them answer it? And then if you still have
So
questions.
Keep
Okay,
your
well,
developer questions handy, and we'll take care of them as soon as we're done with comments for staff on what they've already presented.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Two questions. The first is regarding that street parking. The staff report indicates that, there's some maybe covenants or restrictions that prohibit folks from parking on the street. My question is, did staff do any analysis? Let's assume that didn't exist. Would there still be a problem? Or if people could park on the street, does that kind of alleviate? Is there plenty of parking for each unit to have the two cars and park on the street if that prohibition didn't exist? Or would there still be an issue? Or was no analysis done?
No, staff did not do anything.
We did not do that analysis, Councilmember McCarthy.
Oh, we did. Sure.
We did.
Yes, we did take a look at the street parking around each of the townhome lots. And there is street parking around most of the townhome lots that would be available for these homeowners.
Okay, thank you. Second question, and sorry I'm asking this, and it may be a question for the developer. But it was indicated that the city hired an architect to kind of look at some options and that it just didn't work out. And I wish some of those options had been added in the staff report, but is there any color that can be added either by staff or the developer about what kind of they looked at, what alternatives that didn't work, just so that the public and the council has an idea of what work was done?
Sure. The problem is the development had already been approved. The tentative map, final maps were approved. And so the lot size was set. And so when you look at the lot size and the number of affordable units, we could not increase the size. And so what we looked at with the architect was, are there ways that we can shift the buildings around on the lot? Is there a way that we can adjust it? And to meet the setbacks and some of those requirements, there's no way that we could even come up with how to adjust the buildings to make additional garage space.
Okay, so it was more positioning, not necessarily a totally different product that the architect that the city worked with looked at. Is that what I'm understanding? Or
I think we looked at second stories too. didn't we?
Right.
Correct.
okay,
Right. We looked at going higher. The problem is also the way the lots are arranged and the access. What the architect came up with would have required lots that had additional access, not just from the alleyways. And the way these lots are positioned, that's not possible. So aside from the fact that 3 stories is not allowed, that was also another obstacle. But there was just no way to actually put them on the lots that currently exist for these townhomes, given the access that is available to those lots. So.
okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, my question is, can you go, if you go to slide 3, it had the findings that went through the planning commission. And my question is, given that the findings include, I think it was before that,
Yeah. Can you get to it?
slide number 3. That might be slide number 1. But,
I think it's,
keep going.
yeah, that one right there. Oh, there we go. Yeah.
So if you go down the bullets, bullet number 3, 4, and 5 talk about the public general welfare, talks about not being detrimental to health and safety. And that second to last bullet talks about not adversely affecting the orderly development of property. So with those findings, are those findings inconsistent with the planning commission's denial of the parking text amendments because they didn't think that the parking text amendment that we're considering tonight was appropriate or healthy for the neighborhood?
So interestingly enough, the planning commission adopted these findings as well. They made these findings as part of their recommendation to you to approve the development agreement. And they did not really discuss them as to how they related to the parking. I think in terms of the planning commission's recommendation to deny the text amendments with regard to parking, I think it was primarily a concern that was raised by some of the members of the public and the issues of if people have more than one car, where are they going to park them? So it was not tied specifically to any of these findings.
Okay, so my question is, do we have kind of a split recommendation from the planning commission where these findings are found to be appropriate, but the text of the parking ordinance is not found to be appropriate for these kinds of reasons? So do we have an inconsistency that we need to be aware of and work our way through?
Yes, although this is only a recommendation, you also need to make these same findings. And similarly with the text amendment, that would have been a recommendation to you. It's a recommendation to either deny or approve the text amendment. You are the ultimate decider on both of these. So it's up to the city council to make a determination on these findings as to whether you can make these findings and approve the text amendment.
Okay, so if we are consistent with the planning commission recommendation to deny the parking text part of the amendment, would we need to change these findings to be consistent?
Well, yes, but then you would also then not necessarily be able to adopt the second amendment to the development.
Right, I was just trying to silo it
Right.
to that inconsistency, just to confirm that that's what we have to do.
Right.
Okay. All right. That's all I had. And so do we want to go to the developer now, Nick, and ask questions or let them make a presentation or?
I believe they have a brief presentation.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's bring Mike Slater on. Hello, Mike, welcome.
It's actually Adrian Burns here, if you can hear me.
Well, you don't look like Mike at all.
No, I don't. I don't know if I should take that as a compliment, but I will. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Adrian Burns. I'm Vice President of Land Development Forward Planning for Walton Castanos. Thank you, city staff, for your presentation. They went through quite a bit of the points that I was going to touch on, but some great questions from council. Happy to answer some of those as best I can. So as it was mentioned, I think by Lane and by staff presentation, these lots were created prior to our involvement. So we kind of were working with what we had before us when we started developing and designing these townhome units. You can go to the next slide if you'd like, Matt. I don't know who's, there you go. So these lots are spread throughout Sea Haven. As they mentioned, there's 102 total units, 17 lots, 6 units per lot, and they are pretty constrained. So what we did was really stuck our architect in there and said, hey, what can you do for us to be creative? We know they're constrained lots. And they went through a number of different concepts trying to just find a way. We had concepts where garages were the lower floor and then we tiered up, and it just didn't provide a sufficient size unit that made sense for the market or for BMR. It wasn't really a livable space. And it's my understanding the city actually, because we told them that we were dealing with so many constraints, the city actually hired an architect themselves, a separate architect than ours, and tried the same thing and tried some different concepts. Also could not find any different configuration than basically what we're presenting, what we presented at PC, and that was approved. So what we came up with, and thank you for the next slide, what we came up with was really the parking was the one thing that we had to compromise on. If we compromised on anything else, it would be taking away a below market rate unit to the market and go against our entitlement and requirements for the affordable units for this project. So obviously no one wanted to do that. And noting the questions that were asked about, is there any space on this site as you see it in front of you today? There is not, because other things that aren't being shown on the site plan are utility boxes, transformer boxes. We also have landscape requirements for open space, common open space, and private open space for these units that are also required, and we think are very, very valuable to these townhome owners once they move in. So we didn't want to compromise on that, but there are truly, it's going to be a bit of spaghetti of utilities in there. And so it's a very, very restricted site. And we felt fortunate to even get these garages on here. At first, we had talked about carports because it has less, space required, but we were able to get them into a housed garage. It has a roof on it. The aesthetic is beautiful, and it lends itself to the architecture. And the other part that was mentioned was concern about storage, or what else can you do? Because people use their garage for storage. Where do you put your bikes? And so if someone could go to the next slide. We do have planned, and you'll see kind of the hatched area at the back of the garage as you drive in. There is a storage area above, kind of on the ceiling of each one of the garages, to allow for that additional storage space, bike rack storage, things like that. And then everyone has their individual garage. And then you'll see in the next slides just the aesthetic of the architecture, really wanting those garages to also fall in line with the beautiful architecture that we did for elevations on the unit. So one more slide over shows the garage from the actual alley view. And so we have the nice roofing that matches the architecture, the stucco siding, nice lighting details as well. So really trying to have this townhome really fit in with the aesthetic of the rest of the community and not be carports or something else that might take a little less space. And even when we did that, we didn't gain enough parking or any parking really to add another space or go anywhere to meet that parking requirement. So space was just really constrained, and we felt fortunate that we were able to at least get the 6 units on there with one dedicated parking space, and give everyone kind of a private garage as well that isn't seen from the outside. So the other item I wanted to address was the city park that was mentioned. That estimate was actually updated in October 22, so it's not overly dated. Our first estimate was probably a year or two ago when we first got the concept approved through council. So we did update it in October, and we are currently processing our plans now, but we are also going out to bid right now to get some more actual cost information and just see where we're at. We are hopeful that the numbers and the cost goes down some, but it's just a very odd time for materials, labor, and all of that. And it's still, we're seeing things kind of plateau. We're not quite seeing things as elevated as they did last year in cost. And so we're hopeful that maybe some of those items can be reduced, but we're just going to have to see what comes back with some real numbers. And we hope to break ground on that this year. So it should be a near-term bid that we can implement and award and get going on it. So that's the gist of what I was going to present, just give our perspective on the efforts made to try and find space on that site, make sure we meet the obligation. We're excited about this. We're excited about the architecture. And so I'm here for any questions you might have. We appreciate consideration and happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right. Thank you very much, Adrian.
Mhm.
So any questions from council for Adrian? Councilmember Elizabeth Fisher?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Adrian Burns.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Council Member Elizabeth.
I have some questions about the parking restrictions. In the staff report, it states that the HOA cannot enforce or restrict parking in the public streets. I think that that is not correct. Can you tell us more about that?
Sure. You know, this has been an item of discussion recently, obviously because of this text amendment for parking, but also just in general, being on the HOA, parking is at a premium out there at Sea Haven. And I think the intent with the specific plan, as Nick referenced, was that, you know, the intent was to be more walkable or have public transit versus being overly too many automobiles or vehicles. So at one point, the HOA was willing to kind of enforce parking on the public streets. Recently, we've had discussions with the city on this, and they've indicated to us that the public streets are public. And so we've basically given the determination that we'll have those public streets meet the city's ordinance, which is a limit of no more than 72 hours to park there. We aren't formally asking people to register their vehicles. They're giving us vehicle information, but we're not going in and checking whether it's an owner vehicle or a guest vehicle. We're just sticking to, hey, if you're parked there over 72 hours, that's against city ordinance versus the HOA coming in and enforcing that. So that's kind of the latest where we're at with the public parking. I know it was a little different than when you were involved, so.
Yes, and it will be for all the lots, of course.
Correct. That's
all over the
absolutely correct.
development.
Yes.
Okay, that will make it simpler.
Yeah, we think so, and we're hoping it's clear to everyone that it does make it more, it simplifies it.
Okay, thank you for that. And okay, that eliminates my next questions. Okay. Oh, you heard the questions earlier, but you already explained that to increase the garages, there's just no option, you say, because of the utility boxes and landscaping.
Yeah, and it's hard to see in that, well, I mean, we've got to go back to the site plan if you look at it, but basically the apron that goes from the alley to the garage door, we're at the minimum setback there. There's not room for another vehicle to park there. And then if you look behind the garage, that's where all the totes are going to go. And we have them kind of hidden behind a fence. And then between the totes and the actual wall of the first unit, we're at the absolute minimum that you can be spatially to get anything by there or just for access and all of that. And so, and then you'll see the units stacked from there, and we're hugged up against all the setbacks on that size lot with all the flat work and access to the front doors and all of that. We're pinned in. And then we started thinking about utilities, and we're like, oh my gosh, where are we going to put these boxes? So there's just a lot going on these small lots for this many units on a lot.
I can see that's very tight. And have you considered making the garages a little bit longer to get the trash recycling and now also the composting bin in the garages and add a door in the back? Or has that been considered to get all the bins out of sight?
We did, but we did the fence instead, just because people's bins don't always stay super fresh and clean and smelling nice. So it's not necessarily that you want to put that in your garage, and it's kind of nice to keep it back there. And then we did the fence return again. So as you're driving by or kind of walking to the front door, you don't necessarily see them right in your view shed. So that was our kind of compromise. And then again, we realized the issue for storage, which was also brought up at Planning Commission. And so we had already planned to put that overhead storage. It just wasn't on the floor plan when we went to Planning Commission. So we added that in to just reflect that today for you all.
Thank you. I don't know where I'm at with my time, Mr. Mayor. Did I get my 5 minutes? I can wait for the next round.
Yeah, you can go another minute, let's say.
Okay. This might be too detailed. I don't know. Will there be one PG&E meter for each home, including the garage? And will the garages be pre-wired for EV chargers?
I don't know that they're pre-wired for EV. I need to confirm if that is a code thing. It might be pre-wired for that. I know that we have to bring on a new transformer, which was news to us, to feed the 6 units, but then from there they get individual meters that will be set kind of on the side of one of the garages. and that will feed the individual units. So they'll all be on their own meter. Obviously, these would be sold as individual townhomes, so they'll have their own meters for water, for power, for all of that, which creates needing more space for individuals.
So thank you, but they will have 1 meter for PG&E or 2 meters?
They'll have 1 meter per unit.
Okay, for the garage and the home. I'm
Correct.
just asking
So
because
the
otherwise
garage and the unit will be on 1 meter.
Okay, thank you.
And I just confirmed that it is code for the pre-wire for the EV, so there will be a pre-wire for that.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah.
Those are my questions for now. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Okay, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Burns for your presentation. Is there any place in your property, if we can go back to the slide with the maps, is there anywhere in the development for some spillover for parking?
That is not the first time that's been asked, and they really made an efficient site here, other than taking on other open space, which is pretty critical to the project and part of the requirements for the entitlement of the project. There's really not a lot of extra space. I will say that the city park does have a parking lot associated with it. It's not necessarily meant for a car share or an extra overflow parking, but there will be a parking lot in the city park, which you all have seen the concept on that. I don't have a slide for that today, but there will be extra parking in there.
Taking a look at this map, I'm kind of blown away by how many houses there are. How many, I see the purples that are the townhome lots, but where are we looking at the full 210 here? Or is this the entire development?
This is the entire development. And so the purple that you're seeing are just the townhome BMRs. So we also have a single family BMR unit, if that's what you're referring to. And those are intermixed throughout the site. Those aren't indicated on this map here.
Okay, so what we're just seeing now is the townhomes having to do with the smaller garages. I'm sorry, the
Correct,
smaller
correct.
footprint. Okay. Gardening, they don't have any backyards, anything like that? Is that correct?
They do. If we can get to one of the site plans, you'll see that they do have a private space between the units there. And they have a fence between, so they'll have gates through for fire access as needed to the back of those units, but they'll each have their own patio, and those kind of vary throughout the different lots, just depending on the configuration of the townhome lot it's being built. This is more of the standard size backyard that they'll have.
Okay, I guess I'm just needing to think a little more 3D than what I'm thinking, which brings me to my next question, which was the street. This is probably for our fire department. The street widths. Do we know that the new fire engines that are coming online, buses, garbage trucks, all of those things fit?
Yes, thank you for the question. But yes, as it goes through the planning, they do have to meet the standards of the street. They are narrow out there. But yes, we can get our new fire trucks that we're purchasing and our current fire engines through the streets. Narrow, tight, but it is doable.
And the egress is okay for emergency vehicles, such as if there were fire, police, ambulances, all that kind of stuff?
Yes, so all of the new subdivisions, the way that, they're building them and the roads are narrow. And it's tight, but there is room enough to get for emergency access.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. So we're going to go to the public. We'll start the public hearing. And then when we come back, we'll have opportunities to ask other questions than just clarifying questions. But let's go with
Mr.
David.
Mayor, I'm sorry. There's something wrong. I've been putting my thing up and you missed me.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
Let's back up just
Let me-
one
let me
step.
just test
Let's
it.
go to Councilmember Biala. So I'll turn it off. Go ahead and turn it on. Now it's on.
Okay.
Off. Now it's on.
Okay, so I had my light on and I must have turned it off then. May I go? Okay, thank you. So some really quick questions, and maybe I don't know if it's it probably is related to Nick. I'm sorry, the developer, Adrian. If I look at the picture of the garages again, and I see the little boxes there, those are those utility boxes, but on the other side is where you would enter into the garage. And is there a cement driveway there? And is it against any rule for people to park a car there? And it may not even be the length of one car, but there are certainly smaller cars these days that are pretty tiny and they might be able to park in front. Is that allowable and is it doable physically?
So I would say the constraint is probably the physical aspect of it. It's really not a driveway. It's more of an apron from the alley to the garage door. There's not enough depth there to get even probably the smallest car you can think of in that area. And the boxes you see behind are actually the toter bins that go with each one. So the utility boxes aren't even shown on that exhibit, but and those are in the alleys. The alleys are an absolute, you cannot park in the alley because they are at a minimum width as well for emergency vehicle access. And so unless you have a whole other off alley pad or something you can build, that's the only way you can park on that side. And there's, as I've mentioned, there's no space for that either.
Okay, thank you. And one last quick suggestion probably is that we are always concerned that people are going to use their garages as storage because these homes are very tight and closets are probably minimal, et cetera. Is it possible to use like rafters? I know I have that problem in my small house. And so there are built-in rafters that we can store empty luggage, for example, and some big things like that. Is that anything that can be done in terms of the height of the garage that is being planned?
Yeah, we did add, I'm not sure if you recall the kind of one of my last slides or was the garage showing that storage. That storage area is actually up in the rafter in the higher elevation of the garage. So it's elevated where the car would park under it. So we're utilizing that space as best we can. And I understand what you're saying about people using their garage for storage. We also have our CC&Rs that do not allow that. If you have a garage, you cannot use it for storage. You must use it for a parking space because parking is so limited there. And so it's something where it's a little hard to monitor, but that is a rule that they are disclosed. And I should mention that as well, as these buyers come in, they will be well aware that they have one dedicated parking garage spot. And that's all they have. Their storage is, we're doing our best to add that storage in the garage, and their garage is not to be used for storage outside of that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you both. Do you have a clarifying question?
I guess I'll wait till the next round.
Okay. All right. So let's go to the public. We'll start our public hearing now and with David Gonzalez. Go ahead, David. Welcome.
Hi, actually, can you hear me okay?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, this is his wife, Jacqueline. I had to use his log on. As a neighbor of Sea Haven, I can see that people are parking in the street as soon as they heard about this, no longer going to be enforcing the parking restrictions that Wath and Castanos let everyone know about. Thank you, Miss Byrne. We have had everyone parking on the street now, and going down Bonte is nearly impossible, especially if someone on Bonte gets a delivery. We have delivery trucks parking, and you have to stop and wait for them to leave. It is a real issue. And seeing these garages that they are planning on building with a 9-foot wide opening or a 9-foot wide garage, I have a 3-car garage that is 9 feet wide. There's no way that I can open my doors in that opening. And for them to say that people are going to use that to get in and out of their car when it's only 9 feet wide, I don't see how they can think that's feasible. And I'd actually really like to know how they're planning on enforcing it. They're saying that people cannot use their garage as storage, but they're saying they're not going to enforce anything. And I just really want to live in the community we were promised, because we signed up, we are paying our dues to live in a community, and we're not getting what we're paying for. And we hope that the city will keep us in a beautiful community, not one that has got cars everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacqueline. And we'll answer all these, any public questions, comments when we're done. But thank you for joining us tonight. We're going to go next to Zinnia Kilkenny. Go ahead, Zinnia.
Yes. Can you hear me okay, Mayor?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and the City Council for this opportunity to speak to you this evening. I am a Sea Haven owner. My husband and I love this community. Currently, the Sea Haven streets are quite narrow. They are dangerously narrow. Eliminating and not enforcing the HOA parking rules increases our parking issues and the danger. I walk this neighborhood daily, and I only see that on most streets of these, only one car may pass. Most of the garages are used for storage, and they are not used for parking. Today, as I was walking before this meeting on Bonte, I saw two cars going the speed limit, swerving each other on Bonte in order to pass by. And to answer Mrs. Durkison's question, no, I have seen emergency vehicles go down Bonte, not in an emergency situation, but it only works if two cars are mutually deciding to go past each other, and they have to work that out. I fear for the times when emergency vehicles are needed. As I speak, as this moment, there's a car parked in front of my home in the red fire hydrant zone to deliver an appliance, because as of the last city council meeting, the okay was given that cars are now allowed on the streets without HOA fear. Brian McCarthy mentioned, is there an issue for space for parking? Yes, there is. Currently, cars outweigh homes on most streets. If you swing by Bonte or Hood Street on any time of the day, you will see that. While it's nice for everyone to use public transportation, currently it's not a realistic request. People have to go to work. Lastly, parking spaces designated for the park is not a viable solution for car overflow. I respectfully request the City Council deny this amendment. That's all.
Great. Thank you, Zinnia. So Del Cooper, if you're still out there listening, we'll look for you to raise your hand because we wanted you to go on early here. But for now, we'll go to Denise Turley. Go ahead, Denise, and welcome.
Good evening.
Hello, Denise.
Hi. So, of course, you probably already know what my issue is going to be with everyone correctly being concerned about the width and whether cars and things like that can get by. You also have to be concerned for the person who might need the ride service. Please, Ms. Vischer, take note to have this question asked of them. When a rides vehicle comes to pick up the person, they have no choice but to lock down in place until that person is completely and safely loaded, which could take 2 minutes or which could take 12 minutes, thus making the rest of the street inaccessible and dead for anybody else. Nobody's getting in, nobody's getting out. Has this been taken into account so that everybody doesn't end up hating their disabled neighbors just simply because they need the rides bus to go somewhere. Secondly, on the garage story area, I would like the fire chief to actually weigh in on what is the correct width for a garage that you can actually stay in your vehicle, drive that vehicle all the way into the garage, open the door, and get out of the car on the driver's side of the vehicle, not having to climb through the vehicle to the back, not having to climb through the vehicle to another side to exit. What is that width? And lastly, a word keeps being used that sounds like toads or totes. Please provide the definition of that word and how it applies to this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Denise. Let's go to Dell Cooper. Welcome back, Dell. Okay, Dell, we're gonna have to come back to you if you can't unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, hello, Dell.
Yes, okay. The original developer planned this community. He planned the lots, he planned the houses, he planned the roads. He also planned the CCRs and the homeowner restrictions. So back in 2004, how was he planning on building these townhouses on these supposedly too restrictive lots? Was that a problem then? That's my question. And also the other thing I want to do, bring up, the city attorney mentioned that when the present builder was working contracts with the city, he insisted on an escape clause that he would only have to build 6 townhouses. I guess that's what he's going to do if he can make more money building something else. I'd like an answer on that. And as far as the homeowner and the parking, January the 1st, there were absolutely no cars on Bonte. I talked with one of the young college students living there. He said they received a notice not to park. The day after the board meeting, the HOA board meeting, those cars started moving back. He said they were told they could move back. I'd like some comment on these questions, and I appreciate being able to ask them and to get communication from the city, because I like my community and I like to think that the city council is looking to the future for bigger and better and nicer communities, not go backwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dell. And we'll get to your comments as soon as the hearing is over. All right, let's go to Jeff Markham. Welcome, Jeff.
Thank you, Mayor Delgado. I was wondering if we could use Preston Park as kind of an analog for what's likely to happen in some of the affordable housing areas. And that's that a lot of the people in those areas are tradespeople, and they need their trade vehicles, trucks, and et cetera. And so pushing them to surf is not necessarily an option for them. Would it be possible to identify areas close by where they could use, as they do near in Preston Park, lots that could be identified where they could park their trade vehicles and use them in the morning when they have to go to work? Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Okay, let's go to Grace Silva Santella. Welcome back, Grace.
Hello, Mayor, City Council. First of all, could we have, as you move into these hybrid meetings, have the clock backed up for those of us off site?
So it was suggested that the city park being planned at Sea Haven could be used for some of the parking needs. Is it, my assumption is that at some point, the Sea Haven residents are gonna not appreciate seeing people using 24/7 the parking at the future park there, and that the city will be forced to put up signs in that parking lot that are going to say no overnight parking. So I don't see that that's going to be an option. Secondly, this is the second time now in a very short period of time that the city staff has used the surf bus line as justification for modifying a project. The most recent one before this was the Catalyst, where the staff actually rode in, used the surf bus line across the street from Catalyst that I mean, I read the condition and thought, oh my gosh, you're actually encouraging people, take the bus, get off, buy your stuff at the dispensary, and then go back across the street and get on the bus, and everything's great and wonderful, which just I found abhorring. But thirdly, I think the most important thing to understand about the surf bus line, and I have attended a number of MST meetings in regards to the surf bus line. The purpose of the surf bus line is to move people who live in Salinas through Marina, down Reservation Road, across Del Monte Avenue, perhaps catch a few at the dunes, and take them and drop them off at Sand City. It is not to serve the people living in Sea Haven. And it's absurd that you think, and I'm glad that one of you council members actually mentioned this, the chicken before the egg, before the hen, whatever it was. It is absurd if you think that the surf bus line is going to provide for the transportation needs of people living at Sea Haven. And then finally, in the 34 years that I have lived in Marina, I know of only one working couple who own only a single vehicle and actually take mass transit. And that is Tom and Monique Moore. Now, some of you might know others, but in all the years that I have lived in Marina, unless you are a single person living in a house by yourself, and perhaps some of the people buying these townhomes will be single people, if they are a working couple, I'm really hard pressed to imagine that most of them are not going to own two vehicles. So I would be very, very careful about what you're considering here in reducing the parking requirements. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Grace. And we welcome anyone else who hasn't spoken to raise your hand during the next few moments before we close the public hearing. Okay, we'll close the public comment online and we'll go to the people here present. Come on up.
Good evening. My name is Lou Miramontes, and my wife and I own a residence here at Sea Haven. Thank you, my fellow residents, for your commentary. You stated many things I was going to cover, so I won't repeat that. But a couple of things. You know, Watson Castanos got into this project and had the development agreement, and they knew that they had to build these affordable units. And that was a precursor to their acquisition, a precursor to development plans interacting with the city. So we heard today that you can't build more than 6 units or 5 parking spots because of the 8,000 square foot lot matter. You know, that's a choice that the developer made. It's an economic choice. You know, they really chose to have larger lots for the market rate homes, which are expensive and they're making handsome profits on. You know, I would propose that the city ask them to reconsider the lots that have not yet been developed and remap some of them. This is a quid pro quo event that's going on in terms of them wanting an amendment. So there's 1 parking spot per unit, which will allow them to have lower costs and make higher profits. I'm okay with making profits. I'm in that business too. But I think you should consider having a situation where you reject this text amendment. You ask them to go back and redesign the home so you have condos on or townhomes on those lots that conform to the parking requirements. You know, development agreement is an important document. It summarizes what the city's obligated to do, but it also summarizes what the developer is obligated to do. When we start having amendments to that, you open a can of worms in terms of where things head. So I suggest that, you know, that be respected. Comment on the buses. The nearest grocery store is on Reservation. The other one is in Seaside. I don't think you'd be taking a bus to go grocery shopping and come back. So people will be driving it, and I don't blame them. People will have more than one car. You look at the affordable housing numbers, think what the income it takes to get to 120,000 or 250,000. That's usually a two-family situation. Two families, they have to go to work. They're going to need two cars. At least that's how I see it. So I think this idea that we're going to have one car per home is not really practical today. And today, you know, commentary that most developments or a lot of developments in California are one car per home. I disagree with that comment totally. I don't see that happening. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lou. Okay, anyone else? Okay. It's coming.
Okay, thank you.
Matt's doing the best he can.
Perfect. I'm Dave and I'm a homeowner at Sea Haven. And back to, if you could go back to the first one or the second one. That one, perfect. I'd like to just.
But if you speak, we're going to need you to speak into the mic.
This townhouse is in each of those areas, which are, there's 6, that's 36 in a very small area. So let's just say that everybody uses their garages. Let's just say, which nobody's doing anyways, but let's say they do. Then you still have probably close to 36 cars in that very congested area that are going to have to find parking spots. And that's if everybody uses their garage, which doesn't happen all the time. And with that being in mind, the fire chief here says that he feels comfortable he can get around there. Well, that's probably if everybody's parking appropriately and not in somewhere where they're not supposed to be parking. Because if they are, I don't believe that you can get in and out of there. Because I measured it, and unless you have some really small fire trucks, it's going to be really hard. So I think it's a safety hazard that could be compromised in that area specifically because of so many cars that are going to need to find a parking place. And so when I bought here in Sea Haven, we were told everybody needs to use their garage, everybody needs to use their driveway, no cars on the street. So that's was one of the things that brought us to this place. They said, if you have guests, the guests are allowed to park on the street no longer than 72 hours. So I thought that's a great thing. That's one of the reasons we bought here. Now they want to change this, not only change it, but I mean, I live in that area where those 36 townhouses are going to go. And there's going to be cars all over. Not only that, they're going to park in the cove, which is because that's what they're going to do. They have some parking spaces there. They're going to use those. It's going to be such an overflow. They're not going to be able to find places. It's going to be a really catastrophe. And I do believe it's a safety hazard. So I wanted to bring that up. And as far as using public transportation, people just don't use it. And as far as the gentlemen say, one car garages are now like the thing. You know, in the city and in Walnut Creek and in areas that I've worked in, they still have overflow parking. They just charge you for it, like $500 a month. But they have that opportunity to find a place to park if they want an extra car. So I don't think that's true with this situation. So I'm just hope you guys consider all this and maybe take a ride out there and take a look and see what we're really talking about. See how small the area is. And I think you'll take into consideration more of it, if you look at it, if you actually go out there and look. So thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you very much, Dave. Okay, anyone else here live who hasn't spoken that wants to speak on this matter? Okay, we'll close the public hearing then. And here we do answer questions. So Jacqueline was concerned about the 9-foot wide doors. And she was asking our fire chief, how wide do doors need to be? I don't know, that has to be a fire chief question, but Fire Chief McCowan is welcome to take a shot at it.
I wish I could, that's not in the fire code at all. It'd be in the building code. I think the building official would be more appropriate to answer the question, because we don't have there's nothing in the fire code that I've run across that says how wide the garage door needs to be.
Okay, we'll ask the planning department in a moment, but while we have you here, Chief McCowan, and thank you for being here. Do you want to comment on the multiple comments we had about too many cars in the streets going to make it dangerous for access for your vehicles, your emergency vehicles?
Yes, like I mentioned earlier, it's tight through there, and I would need to go out there and see exactly what they're talking about. But I know that when the roads are designed and when they're approved, they're designed for emergency access, because that's part of the fire code, and also the building code requires a certain width. And then there's no parking and restricted parking to facilitate that emergency access.
Yeah, so I
But
guess
that's part of all the planning that's done all the way, and this would have been done also earlier, and when they approved it in 2003.
Yeah, so I think I'm hearing that residents are concerned about the change in policies. Maybe the homes were built or the streets were built for an expected use. And if that expected use is changing to result in more cars on the street, does that affect the egress and ingress of emergency vehicles?
Well, if it's blocked and we can't get through, then it would affect it. But we need to go out there and see it, because it does allow parking now. So I'm not going to say that it's blocked all the way, because it's designed. And a lot of those areas up there are designed for one side or the other. And they also have multiple egress and ingress, just for that reason. So that way, and maybe in the event of an emergency, it could be one-way traffic, so we can allow to get fire apparatus in and the residents out if need be.
Yeah, that's what Preston does, right?
Yeah.
Preston Park. Okay, thank you, Chief. City Manager Lane Long, did you have some input?
Yeah, I was just going to say, before any of these plans are approved, our chief building official, our planning staff, our fire, our police, they all review these, and they are compliant with the minimum requirements of the state of California and the Uniform Building Code and the Fire Code. So the approved plans, even though they may be tight, they all meet the minimum standards. These plans would not be approved if they didn't. Now, on the tight streets and the subdivision approved map, it does list that only parking is allowed on one side. And so the plans do address that, so that there'll always be at least one lane of traffic.
I'm hearing that Bonte Street is kind of the poster child for problems in the opinions of the people that spoke tonight. If you have parked cars on one or both sides and you have opposing traffic coming through, and then you're talking about emergency vehicles, but skipping the emergency vehicles for now, is there enough room for safe passage of opposing traffic while there are cars parked on one or both sides?
Again, I'd have to go back, but it was approved, and how it was approved, those issues were looked at. So it does meet the minimum standards. I know that the Bonte is the primary main entrance into the development. That's something we can go back on the staff end and look at. Even though it did meet the minimum standards, if we think that there's some problems there, we can certainly relook at that.
Okay. So we will all have a chance as council to make other comments and questions, but just try to get through the public's input now. Jacqueline was also asking if the storage is going to be enforced or not. Maybe Adrian, you could answer that.
Sure, and I'm happy to address a number of the comments. I wrote them down as well, Mayor Delgado. So happy to go through those as best I can, and then we can maybe fill in on the rest as needed.
Yes, that's
Um,
great.
So one thing I should mention is there's no change to the parking at Sea Haven. The CCNRs clearly state that owners must first park in their garage, and their garage cannot be used for storage. If they are utilizing their garage for a vehicle, they may park in their driveway. Not all homes in Sea Haven have a full driveway. So that is kind of where the issues occur, is anyone that has 2 or more vehicles or guests or things like that. But the CCNRs haven't changed. They clearly state owners must park in the garage first. If that's full with vehicles, they can park in their driveway, and street parking is for guests. The part that we are not enforcing that was kind of being enforced before was a warning of a fine or a tow away in the public streets. That is what the city was not willing to support on our side. So what we did was back into it being a public street, and that parking on the street cannot be more than 72 hours. So there's been no change in parking. All the streets are the widths they were when they originally approved. They are per city code and standard. So to meet, a one side of the street parking, alleys have no parking and all of that. So none of that has changed. The issues that were occurring where there were a number of people that were going to the city complaining about needing more parking as owners. They have 4 cars with a 2-car garage. Where do they park? And again, this project was designed and planned to have minimal vehicles. And we bought it after it was entitled and all of this, the lotting had been done. So a lot of that was a bit out of our control. But we are enforcing the CCNRs as we see people using it for storage. They will get a notice if they aren't using it for their vehicles. The garage sizes are per building code. City Manager Lane just mentioned that. So our architects are here online as well, but we meet all minimum building codes for dimensions for the garages. Again, added more storage to them just for better opportunity for functionality of that garage. The totes, just to clarify, totes are trash bins. So the bins needed for recycle, for and mainly for garbage and recycle. There's probably not going to be a lot of green waste since there's small backyards, but there may be green bins that we also have to include there. So that's what totes are. I'm sorry, it's just a different vernacular used. And then there was a question about, when these lots were created, did anyone check and see if this all would fit, these 6 units with all this parking would fit on it? We weren't the ones to entitle the project initially. And when we purchased it, I think we kind of had the assumption that someone did check that. But we didn't start the design of these townhomes until after we purchased the project and after we started working on that design of the townhomes. Then there was a mention of relotting or remapping to take some of the single family lots so there could be more parking. Well, the majority of these townhomes are already located adjacent to homes that are already built. So there's homes on either side, and there's no opportunity for that. This is already entitled and an approved tentative map based on all the city standards and codes. So that's a little bit of something we can accomplish. I don't know about the city park parking, what the city will allow or not allow in there. The question was just, is there other parking on the site? And so I was just referencing that there will be a parking lot on the city park site, but that is a city property. So it's up to them on what parking regulations they want to have for that parking lot area. I don't have information about the surf bus line at all. Let's see. And then the other mention was, again, the drivability around the cove, which is the clubhouse out there. It is tight, but again, all those streets have met the city standard dimensions for EVA access, again, parking one side. So there's signage out there for that. So those are kind of the answers to a number of items that I wrote down as notes while everyone was speaking.
All right, thank you, Adrian. Can you speak to the trade trucks comment that Jeff brought up, please?
Okay, Jeff, he mentioned something about Preston Park and having, I wasn't quite following what he was asking for it with his comments, if you have more detail on that one.
Yeah, he anticipates that Sea Haven will be similar to Preston Park in that those workers that have trade trucks will basically be gumming up the streets, and there won't be any ancillary parking lots like you mentioned are in Preston Park, but won't be sufficient in Sea Haven. So he was just cautioning that he can see a problem with trade trucks trying to park in Sea Haven outside of the driveways and garages.
Yeah, I mean, again, the CCNRs disclosed at the time of purchase indicate that owners must park in their garage first. If that's taken up by vehicles, then the driveway. So the streets are intended for guest parking. Again, the other issue is unless we have everyone tender their vehicle information, we don't know if it's a guest or a homeowner, and that's the only thing that's difficult to determine. The trade trucks, I don't have an answer for that other than if it's an owner, it needs to be in a garage or a driveway.
Okay. All right. Before we let Adrian go at this moment, does anyone have any questions that the public brought up that she should address that I neglected? Yes, our city manager Lane Long has one for you, Adrian.
I think
Okay.
there's a question asked, if the developer can set aside some lots for parking.
I would say I could talk about that with my team, but I would assume the answer would be no. We were entitled to a certain number of single family lots and townhome lots, and we're meeting all of the requirements for the affordable units. Parking is not one thing that we would probably look at to take the place of a home that someone could live in.
Thank you very much, Adrian. And maybe if you could stand by in case something else comes up, but that's it for our public feedback to the public. So I have some follow-up questions. Well, but first we're going to go to some other council members. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. If your follow-up questions were related, do you think it's more appropriate? Okay, thank you. 3 questions that I've written down so far. First, going back to the design of the affordable housing, is the intent or does the settlement agreement address what the HOA fee is going to be respective to the rest of the homes? And the reason I ask is clearly there's going to be some shared kind of expenses on these that don't exist in the single family lots. Is that addressed at all?
Adrian may be able to answer this better,
Yeah,
but the pricing on the affordable homes takes into account their actual HOA fees. So we price that as part of the monthly housing cost. But I assume you might have a cost center for those homes.
That is correct, Karen. So we have a master HOA, which basically pays into all the common area amenities throughout the project and community. The townhomes themselves will have a cost center, as Karen just indicated, which increases some of those dues just for those townhome units. So that's not spread to other members of the HOA. And they include the landscape maintenance, the flat work and everything around the units, basically.
Okay, thank you. Second question for the fire chief. Just I took a look as we were talking on Bonte Avenue Street. And it looks like even if cars are parked on both sides, there's still 20 feet of length. And I know from my planning commission experience, that's the typical required length for fire trucks to get through. Is that correct?
Yes, and it also depends on the length of the road, and there's a lot of factors that play into it, but yes.
Okay, thank you. Then the last question, actually is this time for comments yet, Mr. Mayor? Okay, more of a comment. This parking covenants issue is really fascinating to me because I've seen it kind of play out throughout the country. My folks live in a neighborhood in Florida, and they're kind of going through the same thing. And I think it's not really fully understood by a lot of people. And I think it's important to realize that at the end of the day, it is a public street. I don't know that, you know, it's just really interesting because I think if let's just say the entire town of Marina decided to park in Sea Haven for whatever reason, like Sea Haven, it's my understanding, could not ticket or fine those people, right? I mean, they would be allowed to park in those areas. And so I just think that a lot of folks kind of misunderstand who controls, I guess, the parking on the public street. And I just kind of wanted to make that comment. I don't necessarily like it either way. I do think that the neighborhood should have some autonomy to kind of direct what the visual aesthetic looks like in their neighborhood. But it is a really tough and fascinating issue. And I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And the city attorney reminded me I should back up and make sure that I close the public hearing. So the public hearing is closed for public comment. All right, now we're going to go to Mayor Pro Tem. Let's go to, I'm sorry, yeah, to Mayor Pro Tem Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I empathize greatly with the residents of Sea Haven because you did buy into a certain area with some certain understandings. And it's very unfortunate that even the Sea Haven people came to the picture as the secondaries. You know, they inherited the development, or they purchased the development with some restrictions already in place, with some maps already in place. So I just want to say that I really feel what you're feeling. But in my mind, I'm just a little back and forth, which is to our city manager here. We've got an option here to build 210 below market rate homes. So what are our options? I mean, what can we do tonight? Can we ask the developer to go back to the table and ask them, as we have Ms. Burns, to see what they can do with existing property? What happens? What are our options? Because I really would like to see the homeowners feel like they're being heard, which you are. I want to say thank you to all of you. You're being heard. It's just, you know, we're in a tough situation. So what are our options? That's my first question.
And Karen Tiedemann may be better to answer some of those, because some of those are legal type issues.
Right. So, you know, what's before you are two action items. One is to approve the zoning text amendment. You obviously have the option to disapprove it. If you were to disapprove it, then the settlement agreement doesn't become effective, and we have to go back and see if the developer is willing to renegotiate. As we have mentioned, the city has looked at this issue extensively as to how the townhomes could be laid out on those lots and meet all of the requirements of the zoning, including the parking, and get the city all 102 townhome units. And there is not a way without giving something up. And parking is the thing that has to go if you're going to get 102 units. The only other option at this point would be to decrease the number of townhome units, because there just isn't a way to make these lots work as the way they are. So that would be a reduction in affordable housing. And I do just want to say, Councilmember McCarthy's comment is a really relevant comment. The streets are public streets, and parking is allowed on one side of each street. So whether it's townhome owners parking or anybody else, those streets may be fully parked up because parking is allowed. So I understand the concerns about parking and only one parking space per townhome, but it's not necessarily going to solve the parking issues out there to reduce the number of townhomes, to create more parking spaces. So it's the issue that's of concern isn't necessarily linked to the action that you're being asked to take tonight.
Karen, also, doesn't the specific plan, so it requires that number of affordable units, correct? And
Yes.
and it's not an option to change that. If it does, then it opens up the whole CEQA. It opens up the ability to challenge lawsuits and things like that. Is that not correct?
That's correct. And the other thing to note, so the developer has a development agreement that entitles them to develop 1,050 units. They have approvals for 1,050 units. They have the lotting for those units. The streets were approved a long time ago. We're not changing anything about widths of streets. I just want to be clear. I know there's been a lot of discussion about that, but that is not what is on your agenda for tonight. So the developer has certain rights here, and under the terms of the development agreement, they have a vested right to develop those units. So we do have some issues with that, and they now have design approval for those units. So, they have some rights to continue with the development of 102 townhomes on the lots that are designated. So we do have a quandary.
Thank you for that. I have another two really quickly. I appreciate that. It is a tough space to be in. I wish I'd been here years ago. We can't forecast the future, but unfortunately it's not a good solution for anybody, it appears. I have a question about there's a reference to money that goes to TAMC for transportation. Is that kind of just sort of regional transportation use of the streets, or does it go specifically to the surf line?
I would have to go back and look. So just in case people aren't aware, so the fee that the city is collecting from the Sea Haven developer that replaces what was the Border Reuse Authority Community Facilities District fee, a portion of that fee will go towards the TAMC Regional Transit Improvement fee. It's about $4,000 per single family home. That TAMC fee is, as it's named, it's for regional transit developments. I did look at their Nexus study. I just can't remember if the bus line is included in that. I would have to go back and look. It's a lot of surface street improvements as well. So
I sit on TAMSI and I remember I know that we collect fees, but I just didn't know if it was project specific. And then the last question, probably for the developer, is we're in a drought. Is there any drought resistant features, rain capture, any sort of options? Again, I know we've already, this project's been entitled and is moving forward. But is there any features that maximize, whether it's rain capture or anything like that?
I don't believe we have any rain capture devices. We are very conscious of our planting material and what we utilize. We utilize Bianca Koenig, who does design for us and is very environmentally conscious. And so she does her best to use native plants and also plants that tolerate low water use and things like that. So it's a comprehensive, intentional design to reduce the amount of water.
Okay. And now that I have you here, and I don't mean to dominate here, is there any chance your people would really consider an overflow parking? You said maybe.
Again, the only opportunity I see that being is in any of the open spaces, which we're very excited about those open spaces as well. We have a lot of trails planned and things of that nature, but as Karen mentioned, we are entitled to 1,050 units at this project, and that's how it was planned and entitled and per our development agreement.
That being said, would they entertain it?
I think we would rather talk to the city about what opportunities there might be around the area surrounding Sea Haven versus within the project site. We are already really tight on our design and our plans we have there.
Thank you.
Hey, let's go to Councilmember Elizabeth Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few remarks and some questions. So first, I would like to reply to two speakers earlier today on Zoom. For Denise, meanwhile, many people already have mentioned that parking is allowed on one side of the street by guests. So it doesn't matter whether a guest parks there or a homeowner, a resident. There is space for cars to pass, and police, of course, can enforce parking in the public streets. And I agree with Grace Silva Santella. I think it will be a bad idea to allow parking for residents in the future Sea Haven Park. I think allowing it for overnight parking is asking for problems. And also the parking spaces will be taken up by residents instead of having it open for people who would like to use that future beautiful park. Let me see here. Oh, about Monty Drive. I'm familiar with that road, that street. I would suggest that staff or the HOA, I don't know who is responsible, would look into adding some red curbs at the beginning and the ending of that street, because that's where the most of the issues are. I think that will help improve the issues that there are now. And homeowners, and thank you for being here, and thank you for those who were on Zoom. And like my colleague Christina Medina Dirksen mentioned, you have been heard, you are being heard, and we understand. But yeah, we also all know that we need affordable housing. And when you purchased your home, those 17 lots have been in the plans already. So I know it's so tough. But I think lots of the issues can be resolved by the HOA strictly enforcing the CCNRs to check whether residents park their cars in their garages or driveways. But this is something between the HOA members and the board of directors. This is outside of the city. And currently, as we haven't heard tonight, even before the affordable housing might be added, there already is an issue with parking at Sea Haven. And this is not caused by the below market rate units. There currently are homes that have 4 bedrooms and it's only a 2-car garage, no driveways. There are homes with 7 bedrooms with a 3 or 2-car garage with a driveway, but they might have multiple generations living in those homes with multiple cars. So that's already an issue. That's not different, I think, than having a 2-bedroom unit with a 1-car garage. So at the moment, Adrian asked, what the city can do around Sea Haven. I don't think there are any options. It's Indian, it's California. There are no parking options there. So at the moment, the only option for people to park additional vehicles is Abrams Drive or Marina Heights Drive. That's it. So it is very limited. And I think that the developer should inform potential buyers about the parking restrictions so that people can make a well thought out decision whether this is the right choice for them or not, especially if they have children that might turn 16 while they're still living there and might get their own cars. And not just a developer, but also existing homeowners. If they sell their home, they should inform their realtor should inform potential buyers. So my question is, how does the developer inform potential buyers about the parking restrictions? And that's for Adrian, I guess.
Sure, we have several forms of information provided. One is the CCNRs that we reference. We also have disclosures that support the CCNRs. And then in addition to that, there is an HOA packet that is supplied to new home buyers. And then because parking has been such an issue, as Councilmember Elizabeth mentioned, this is prior to any of the BMRs. Parking has always been an issue out there. So the HOA has created a parking memo to further inform people after they purchased, but it's also given to them as a kind of a new buyer package as well. So we try to discuss it multiple times. Obviously, we like them to drive through the community before they purchase and get a sense of the look and feel of it, and the parking restrictions where there are signs all over indicating no parking and parking one side and things of that nature. So we try to use several forms and just do our best to inform.
Thank you. And if council would approve the 2 motions tonight, how soon will construction of the Sea Haven Park start, and how soon is it expected to be completed?
The Sea Haven, the city park, we anticipate starting that hopefully sometime this summer, perhaps late summer. We're in plan review, so it's just a matter of, we're on our 2nd plan check, I believe. So it's just a matter of how long that takes. We go through MCWD for review as well as the city for that. So, but as I mentioned, we've gone ahead and moved forward with bidding on it. So we're ready to move forward once we get those plans approved. The build time on it, I would say, would probably be around 18 months. It's a very large park. There's about 11 developed acres that we will be working on in that park. And so it's very, very large. So we've been working on a schedule and enhancing that. But as we go through the bidding process, our trades will also indicate durations and schedules and things like that, that will kind of drive us to a more refined schedule thereafter.
Thank you. Will be exciting, that park.
Yeah.
And I
we're
just have
very
one more
excited.
remark. Thank you. I have one more remark, just in general, Mr. Mayor. You know, the other day when we were at a training, it really stuck with me when we were being told about land use development, and somebody said, when you park your car in your warm garage, just realize that there are many people that have worse living conditions than your car. I know that's what we need to weigh tonight. So thank you.
All right. Thanks, everybody. So one of the concerns expressed in an email from Pam Silkwood to all of the council was if you allow the continuation of parking on the street, which is a new change and not enforcing the community rules, you'll end up with permanent parking lots on some of these streets. And I can relate to that because there's many places in Marina where there's a dense number of people living, and it's basically a permanent parking lot, maybe except for during work hours. People leave in the morning. There's not as much congestion, parked cars, but then when they come back at night, it's a permanent parking lot except for work hours. So I guess staff might be the best people. There's a lot of expertise in this room. Does our planning staff agree or disagree with that we can anticipate having a significant increase in congestion of parked vehicles in the near future due to the non-enforcement shorter than 72 hours, the addition of dense areas of these townhomes?
I mean, we have not actively received complaints as of now. We will continue to monitor the situation. We're going to treat it like any other normal street in terms of, actively pursuing leads through code enforcement. So it wouldn't be any different than any other street within the city of Marina at this time.
All right. Well, tonight seems to be our last best bite at the apple to change or address a lot of these comments, because monitoring it after today, after we've approved it, final, we don't have a lot of options if that monitoring turns up anything other than abandoned vehicles or vehicles parked longer than 72 hours, right? So this is kind of it for us. If we say yes tonight, we're pretty much done with the ability to address any parking congestion or not enough.
I mean, part of our job in community development is to, and it might be the end of the proverbial road for the council, but we as staff continually and actively follow up on all code enforcement complaints. So, and that's our job, right? Is to implement the policy of the council and to actively follow up on those issues. So we will continue to monitor the situation, working with code enforcement, the police department, the community. But the end of the road for the council is not the end of the road for staff. We will continue to monitor this. So.
Okay, Preston Park used to be okay to park on both sides of those residential streets. Now, almost all of them, probably all of them, have red curbed on one side, so you can only park legally on one side. Do you think that that's an option if your future monitoring shows, problematic access, egress and ingress and passage of two different, oncoming traffic? Is that an option that's in the toolbox for the future for these Sea Haven streets?
I didn't catch the first part.
Red curb one side of the street.
I don't know if Preston Parks. Blaine and I have had a couple of conversations. There are some rather unique issues related to Preston. I would defer to the city manager in terms of those unique facts. In terms of red curb or not, there's a whole host of ways to address parking, and I could go on for hours about that as a planner, but that's not a good use of our time. Like I said, I would defer to the city manager on the unique situation in Preston Park. So I understood that some unique situations out there in terms of use of garage versus the red curb and all that other stuff. So
Right. So our city manager, Lane Long, different neighborhoods, but garage restrictions, parking restrictions, red curbing after many years of not being red curb. It seems like the circumstances are similar in these two neighborhoods.
I would definitely agree with that. Most of the parking in Preston and Abrams is red curbed on one side of the street, and that's just because the Army, when it built those streets, they were narrower streets, and so unless it's a major collector street, and those are parking is allowed in all those, but all the local streets are one side, and it's my understanding that I believe it's the same way in Sea Haven. Most of the local streets, there's only parking allowed on one side, and that's because of the narrow widths of the street. And so from a congestion point of view, you definitely are not going to get cars parked at both sides. It'll only be one side.
Okay, because I heard very clearly that the recent change in non-enforcement, so that it wasn't being enforced, parking on the street less than 72 hours, people are experiencing difficulty and unsafe observations. And so it's only going to get worse as more people get accustomed to parking as long as they want, shorter than 72 hours. And more of these townhomes get built. So people are already in real day-to-day life experiencing congestion, and in some cases, in some of their opinions, unsafe passage. Is it that we don't have the ability to curb red anymore because it's already red curbed as much as it's going to get in Sea Haven?
Yeah, correct. Because I guess, the subdivision map. I guess eventually, if the city wanted to step in, we probably could red curb it both sides.
And I was just questioning if one side definitely was already red curbed everywhere in Sea Haven. So it wouldn't be a tool in the toolbox unless you went to both sides.
Correct.
Right. Okay. So that is an option. And then it seems like the poster child of this parking problem congestion is the square that I think Dave was talking about. What's the name of that 4th Street where complex? Is there a name that locally people use? Cypress Cove? The Cove. So it seems like the Cove is going to be the worst of this problem, right? So is there anything that can be done about the Cove that's special to the Cove, since it seems like it's going to have a especially congested future? That's when you come in and out.
Potentially. I think a lot of this goes back again to the HOA, because they have the ability through the HOA to enforce their requirement to park in the garages and the driveways. They can absolutely do that at this point.
It sounded like they would have to register cars.
Right, but they have the ability to do that.
Okay, probably a very undesirable ability to do that. Okay, all right. So there are some tools that haven't been used yet. And the other thing I heard tonight from the residents is that one of the big problems is like bait and switch. So they buy these expensive homes. I've talked too much, so I'll end there, but let me just go to Adrienne Burns, who had her hand up, and then I'll come back to me after others have a chance you're supposed to go on a round robin process after 5 minutes. I think I've had 5 minutes. Go ahead, Adrienne. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for the time. I just wanted to restate that we are enforcing the garage parking, the driveway parking for homeowners, and that the streets are intended for guest parking. So all we are not doing is putting notices for fining or towing on vehicles in the roadway. And so, these are the city roadways. If they are in the alley, which is private, where the emergency vehicle access cannot get through if someone's parked there, we will make notices of fines and towing if someone parks in the alleyway. But on the street side of it, in discussions with the city, they were not in favor of us moving forward with notices of fines or towing on the public streets. That is a city code enforcement item that they're addressing. So I don't want to say there's no enforcement by the HOA. There are still notices being given. If anyone is noted parking, outside of their garage and their garage is full of storage, they will receive a notice. If someone's, parked on the street and we see their garage is full of storage again, they get a notice. So we are enforcing the CCNRs as they are disclosed.
All right. Yes, our city manager, Lane Long.
So I just wanted to follow up with that, Adrian. And the distinction is it's a public street. You don't have the ability to cite and tow from a public street. However, you mentioned you do have a fine process in place and you can find the homeowner. So in my understanding, it's a progressive fine type process. So if somebody is parking their car on the street and you take license plate numbers, you can cite that homeowner. And if they violate it again, it's a progressive fine, and it's a progressive again to where it gets pretty steep. Is that correct?
That is correct. You are correct. We can do a progressive fine to it. Again, part of it is determining. A lot of times we don't know that unless it's a homeowner with another vehicle that is not theirs parked in front of their home. And then we get that complaint of saying, this is not my vehicle and it's been parked here and it shouldn't be parked here, or it's been parked here for over 72 hours. So again, without the registration of every vehicle, we don't necessarily determine if it's owner or guest, but we do have on-site management that looks at garages, looks at driveways, looks at parking, and does their best to manage it. There are a lot of people and a lot of vehicles out there. So being 100% the whole time is not what we can achieve, but we can hope for some of that. But yeah, we can do progressive fines. It's the towing that was not in favor of the city on the public street. You are right, Lane.
Thank you both. Let's go to Councilmember Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as this is my perennial request, is that any slide presentations to be forwarded to our city council members. That means, Karen, your lovely presentation is also the developer. If you could please get those to us. There is you showed a chart, Adrienne, and I can't even refer to the number on the slide, but it was the one with the unit type, the moderate income townhouses, the workforce, then the bridge. Could you put that up for me?
Yeah, and that was, I believe,
that was
Tiedemann's slide. So Matt may have that. Mine did not have the chart on it.
Matt just
I
stepped
don't know
out.
because
It's on-
I have it separately. I don't have the slide
I
presentation.
think it's this one.
It starts with unit type, moderate income townhouse, workforce cottage.
Yeah, it's this one, if you can pull it up.
I don't think it's that one. It's this one.
Oh, well, then that it's the
Oh,
next
yeah,
one.
yeah.
Matt.
Yep, that's it. So I want to just say that this chart represents a huge amount of work from Karen Tiedemann, as well as the developer, as well as our city council. We had multiple closed sessions over at least 2 years that I've been on council. So I want to impress upon the public that this chart represents a huge journey in terms of even saying what is really affordable for sale for our residents. We have to have that as a priority. And then to look at all of these different unit types and say, what is the progression between them? How does this even make sense so that we can have success in sales of each of these categories? And so there in this was also design considerations. Some of the original designs were quite frankly not livable in terms of being so small, in terms of the rooms that were packed in, et cetera. So there was lots of negotiation. Of course, the parking and the garage size and all of that. This represents that final resolution of this. There was 2 years of mediation. There was tons of public hearings on the Dunes projects. So I want to let people know that all of this have been in detail gone over, and it's not to be taken very lightly. And then, of course, that was just the homes, the units itself. Then in terms of all the negotiations, there were trade-offs that were made in terms of not only the housing, but the parks and the mitigation for the San Gilia. It was a very, very complex process. So I just want to say that in the end, and I think maybe Nick, you might have said it, in the end, the overriding priorities that were struggled to get to this priority of the council saying we want affordable homes for sale, not rentals, but for sale, because we've got this huge middle missing residents' needs that aren't being met. We have either really expensive or we have very low, below market rate housing. And so we made a concerted effort to prioritize this kind of housing for sale, which we have been missing in Marina. And Karen mentioned that there are developer rights in all of this. People on this dais, for the most part, have not been part of the original agreements when the land sale happened, when the original entitlements happened. That was predating us being up on here, the dais. But Karen says that there are developer rights. And basically that means to me when she says that, and it's a diplomatic way of saying that, if we don't abide by this, then we are going to open ourselves up to litigation. So that's what I'm reading from her discussion. I have 2 questions, and I hate to put you on the spot like this, Karen, but these are difficult decisions for us up on the dais. The first one is that if we suggest changes as the mayor has been talking about changes to the Cove in particular, that area, does this impact any of the 2 resolutions that we're supposed to be considering tonight? And I would like, and the second question attached to that is, if you can give us a candid response about if we do not approve either one of these, what are the potential consequences for this council and for this city? And if you can be as clear as you possibly can.
I will try. So I just want to be clear what the items are before you. We have the second amendment to the development agreement, which does not address parking at all. And then you have the text amendments, and the only thing being addressed in those text amendments to the zoning ordinance is to reduce the parking requirement for the townhomes. There is nothing before you about street parking tonight. I think as your city manager said, currently Sea Haven has parking only on one side of the street. If there are issues with street parking, that's a different issue that I think you need to take up at a different time because it's not on your agenda tonight. So, I don't know how we address those issues, but it's not the item that is before you. In terms of what are the consequences if you don't approve either one of these items, as was detailed in the staff report, both of these items are coming before you as part of a settlement agreement for a dispute that the city has had with the developer over the implementation of the new fee. And the new fee was a fee that replaces the Fort Ord Reuse Authority Community Facilities District fee It allows the city to collect a fee so that the city can pay for the obligations that the city had to assume when FORA was dissolved. If these items aren't approved, we do not have a settlement agreement. The developer has made it clear that they will file a lawsuit against the city and challenge that new fee. We currently have about $6.5 million sitting in an escrow account of that fee. In addition, for every building permit that's pulled subsequently, there's a $27,000 fee. So that puts that fee and the collection of that fee in dispute. Now, could we go back and renegotiate with the developer? We could try. I don't know if they would be open to that. But the issue is we have really looked at all of the options here. So the only other option is to reduce the number of units. And we would have to go back and renegotiate that with the developer because that also impacts them. They're entitled to a certain number of units. They base their development plans and how their financial pro forma works based on those units. So we would have to reopen the negotiations to do that. But at this point, that is the only option that's available to you. So.
Okay, thank you. And when you said about the $27,000 per unit, that just for my own sake again, how much is that in millions of dollars? That's
I think the city manager has estimated total for the project.
Total will be close to $20 million, and the obligations that that the city took on from FORA is there are certain roadways for the traffic, for the adequate traffic flow in the city, and we took on those obligations, and those go to for those roadways. They also go to blight removal, which the project is still surrounded significantly by blight, and so it's other responsibilities like that when FORA closed that we took on that obligation, and those fees will cover those obligations.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. A quick follow-up before we go to Councilmember McCarthy. Lane Long, total project, you said 20 million, but some of those already went to the city and $6 million of those 20 million are in escrow. So moving into the future, how many homes are there to be built, each of which would bring in approximately 27,000? What's that worth? Is it 5 million, 10 million, 15 million, besides the 6 million that's being held in escrow?
Yes, that's kind of how I came up with 20 million. It's probably about an additional 14 to 15 million. Depends on, because we have to deduct the TAMC transit portion out of that.
So let's say 14 million, and that includes the 6 million that's in escrow?
No.
So 6 million plus 14 coming.
Correct.
Okay. All right, let's go to Councilmember Brian McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. These are likely to be my last comments. I came into this with tremendous concern over approval of this item, given, the staff report's discussion on parking and my own lived experiences with these things. But after discussing with the council and hearing from the city attorneys, I have to ask what we risk losing. And what we risk losing, I think, is significant amongst an affordable housing crisis, which is arguably our state's number one, number two problem, right? And the state is directing us to address these problems. I mean, we're being asked by the state to do what we can to solve this issue. And I think by not approving this, we don't do anything to help that. I do want to address a couple things, and that is that the design of the actual affordable units themselves, I don't think are great. I think that the downstairs and especially those middle units have a couple windows. I mean, they're likely to be dark, unhealthy, mentally depressing places. And I hope that as we go forward, that we have the courage to kind of really address those kind of quality of life issues as we look to develop other areas of our city. I do think there's going to be a parking problem. I actually think there's going to be more than 2 cars per unit. It's probably going to be somewhere more along the lines of 2.1, 2.2 cars. And those issues are going to have to be addressed. And fortunately, we've heard from staff that the public streets can accommodate those cars. And I think that the HOA is going to have to really look hard at how they decide to move forward once they see how this all plays out. But at this point, I'm willing to support or even make a motion that supports approving these two ordinances. And I will say for the public that might be listening, this is an ordinance, so it does require a second reading. Generally, we pass that by consent, but if there's new information and the public really wants to present that, there's that opportunity to have that discussion as well. This isn't absolutely the final word. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure. Thank you. So I had a few comments that I ran out of time last time my turn was. First of all, the multiple comments we heard from the public that it's not reasonable to think that Surf Bus Line is going to make a substantial dent in the use of cars or the number of cars. Lane, can you speak more to that, or do you want to designate someone to speak more to that?
It's probably accurate for right now, but I think that's what the state of California is trying to do, and that's why you're going to see even stronger regulations come down. They may get to the point where California is going to just empower developers to build homes without any parking, and so I think you're correct in that the public generally will not move to public transit unless they're really compelled or forced to at this point.
So if you don't have parking in future developments, will that compel people to take the bus more than they do now because they have more trouble parking?
I would think at some point, I think people would look at that if they had a home and they had those 4-bedroom homes and they had 4 cars. I think they would have to make a strong call if they couldn't park those anywhere around. They may say, well, we just need to cut back our vehicles. And that is what California is trying to force us to do, not only for our parking situation, but the impact on our climate change and our environment and other principles like that.
Okay, thank you. I would be feeling angry I'd be feeling angry also if I lived in Sea Haven and I moved there because I didn't want cars on the street. And I was told, don't worry, there basically won't be very many cars on the street. And now it seems that the developer's hands are tied to some extent because the city can't give them the authority to do some things like towing and other enforcement actions. So all they can do, what they can do is very limited. And that's different than what they thought when they told all these pre-buyers that there's going to be a safe, non-congested as far as parking street. So what can be done at this point to at least inform future buyers, but also what can be done at this point to reduce the anger or the disappointment that current homeowners feel because their world has shifted a little bit in direction, or their world has shifted in a way that they're not happy.
I think that the developer will have to help a lot with this, but the last time that we talked with them is they had kind of pulled their homeowners. They said it really was split down the middle. Half actually wanted to park on the streets, and I'm assuming those are the ones that have a lot more cars, and the other half really wanted to enforce the no parking on the street. And so I think the developer is really kind of torn. They're trying to figure out what the residents really do want on that.
Okay, so we'll go to ask Adrienne if she has any further input. She's already talked a few times on this tonight. So you add that, whether they want to park on their streets or not, you add to that building new units that have reduced parking requirements so that the owners now see they can park on the street, and their neighbors can, whether they like it or not. And now there's going to be new congestion because of new townhomes. So there's kind of like 2 reasons why homeowners can be upset right now regarding parking. All right, Adrienne, do you have any more input at this time?
Well, Lane was spot on. We've talked to the city about this as well because they've received some complaints also. But we find that we get a 50-50. There's people that want homeowners to be able to park on the street because they do have they don't have enough garage space or driveway space to park, and they need somewhere to park, and they don't want to give up their vehicle. But then we also have those that say we moved into a neighborhood that had limited vehicles on the street and it was only for guest parking only. So we do get a 50-50 split. And honestly, the one thing we can do, and we did start doing, but we didn't do for some of the earlier buyers prior to us being the developer at Sea Haven, was register vehicles. Ask members to register their vehicles so we truly know whether it's a guest or an owner that's parked on that street. And then what we also do is we address complaints. And so homeowners that complain about a particular vehicle or vehicles that park in front of their home, they know it's not theirs, they know it's not their guest. We address those as best we can. And so again, it's a bit of a mixed bag of what people are looking for out there. And we get it, and we're sensitive to it, and we try to address it as best we can. But outside of registering the vehicles, which we've started to do, I think that may be another avenue of helping kind of enforce that it's truly guest parking on the streets, on the city streets.
All right. Thank you, Adrian. So for now, just so we can keep this shared time, let's go to Councilmember Elizabeth Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I happen to have some knowledge about registering parks at Sea Haven. So cars are being registered. They are in the system. And I happen to know that it was even a requirement before members would get a card for the clubhouse. So that was our only option there, or the HOA's only option there to enforce that. But I'm sorry that the two homeowners have left, because I did want to ask the developer, or the HOA in this case. And you already mentioned that, Adrian, that if people complain, if a homeowner or resident or homeowner complains about a neighbor parking in the street, there will be a follow-up.
Yeah, and that's been the best way for us to address it. We can go out and monitor and do all of that and check for things, but really it's more the egregious people that are overstepping that we find are the biggest problems. And so that's typically someone letting us know, hey, this is continuing to happen, or this is in front of my house and I know it's not my guest, and I know it's the owner parking there, and things like that. So we do provide notices when we can, if we get that kind of complaint or notice or understanding. And you're right, they are registered. I just don't know that everyone prior to us being involved there and prior to the code and all of that, that they were registering vehicles. So it's kind of a partial registration. So it's hard to enforce across the board when only a portion are registered and others don't want to necessarily divulge their vehicle information.
Well, anyone who has a card for the clubhouse has their card registered.
Should have it,
Yeah, they should. But of course, you don't know if they provide the correct information.
Yeah, or if they show one vehicle versus 3 that they have, or,
Yes.
you know, it just takes a lot to dive into that detail and really understand if people are being honest or you know.
But we can all tell that parking is an issue at this moment, even before any of the affordable housing has been constructed. So we cannot blame those 17 lots for that. Okay, I thank you very much, Adrian. I just have another remark. Oh, for Council Member Brian McCarthy. I do not agree that the designs are mentally depressing, but I'm from a country where almost all homes are townhomes, and where there's very limited parking. People have tiny cars, and there's awesome public transportation, which I always took for granted. So I think we all need to just change our mindset here. You know, people who drive those gigantic pickup trucks, they might need them, but I think many people don't. So anyway, that's just some remarks that, like we all said, it's hard. But I think that 102 future buyers will be very happy to own a home, even if it's small. It will be their own place and they own it. So thank you. Thank you, Aidan.
Okay, I have a couple comments, but Councilmember McCarthy, if you want to make a motion, I can still make my comments after you make that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we read by title only and waive further reading, and approve the first reading of ordinance 2023 amending section 17.38.070 and 17.38090 of the Marina Municipal Code to modify parking standards in the MHR district for townhomes in Sea Haven. And the second motion, read by title only, waive further reading, approving the second amendment to the development agreement for Sea Haven pursuant to chapter 4.04 of the Marina Municipal Code.
Is there a
Did I
second?
do that right? Yeah.
Perfect. Is there a second for that motion?
I would like to second.
Okay. Any final comments before we go to a vote? Okay, my comments are, this one's obvious that the developer is somewhat stuck in the middle, like 50-50 stuck in the middle and can't do everything they'd like to do. They can't even do everything they were doing. So it's not 100% on the developer's side responsibility because they don't have the authority to do everything that they'd like to do. And of course, the city isn't going to get involved with whose car is on the street less than 72 hours. So there's a real problem in that nobody really has the full capability to address this head on. And one thing I don't agree with that I heard from staff is that that the street parking is unrelated to what we're doing tonight, because what we're doing tonight is approving a text amendment that reduces the requirement of parking on these new townhomes, which means they'll have to park on the street more. So I think what we're doing is related to an increase in congestion, with parked cars. But I appreciate what everyone else said that if I own a house there and I can park on the street today because things have relaxed a little bit, I can't say that I want the future residents not to be able to do that. So it's a tough one because 50% of the residents want to park their vehicles on the street, but they may not want the new people to park on the street, and that's not fair. The last thing I want to say is that Brian McCarthy, our Councilmember McCarthy, really pointed this out well, that the downside to denying this tonight includes approximately $20 million that will become up in the air. We won't move ahead with the park, which probably 100% of the residents want this 18-acre large park that can't get off the ground until we get through tonight. The potential for lawsuits, not only if we win, but if we lose, are extremely expensive. We know this in time and effort, not just money, and distraction from other things we want to do. The affordable housing component is large. Yeah, that's it. I just wish we had some answer to that, the Cove area, because that Cove area is going to become the worst parking problems, and that's unfortunate that there has to be a concentration in one area like that. Okay, so those are my comments. We'll now go to Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to say thank you to the people who are watching, the developer, and of course, Karen Tiedemann for giving us a good overview, and our planning staff on this. I, for one, this is a very difficult decision, but I think learning from this experience going forward of what not to do, or as we move into our own with other developments coming our way. I mean, this is a huge, unfortunately, teachable moment of what we're up against as far as monies and agreements that were put in place before any of us were sitting here. And also the mandates of our state. Our state is moving towards, probably because they're moving towards a more mobile community, in that abandon your car. But that's if you live in a city and if you live in an urban area. But places like us and places that more rural, it hits us a little bit harder. And we're seeing this as, we do need affordable housing, and concentrating them around bus lines and those kind of things are good ideas. But it does take a mental shift. And I mean, I don't think my husband wants to give up his big truck. That's not going to happen anytime soon, but we can. And as a government entity, it's very difficult for us to try and, nanny state people or tell them what to do or shame them into anything. And so I just, I'm torn over this one. But I guess it does go back to what's on the line here for us, and also going forward, learning from this, and hopefully good relationships with the city and the HOAs and the residents who move there, and understanding that, we're all in this together, and we didn't mean to pit anybody against anybody, but it's just unfortunate the way that this played out with some earlier agreements. So I'll be supporting the motion reluctantly, but look forward to, again, learning from this and not repeating mistakes in the future.
All right. thank you to the developer doing the best they can to come up with some middle ground on some of this. And there's some good things about this townhome. You can see how well they're spread out. They're not in one area. They look like they fit in the neighborhood. They're not going to stand out like a sore thumb. But the parking is an issue, and it's not anyone's fault. I think it's the city's fault for approving this back in 2002 and 2004. And this is not the first problem we've had with this development. But these developers were not the developers that designed the project. They weren't the developers that bought it or bought into it originally. They're the second development team to try to make lemonade out of a lemon, in my opinion. But yeah, so I think we're ready for a vote now, Anita. So all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, please say no. All right, that motion passes unanimously with the 5 of us voting. Yes, Anita, we need a roll call on an ordinance. I was trying to tell you.
Yes.
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 Yes. All right. Thank you, everybody. And we have a little bit of time left. City manager, do you want to rearrange anything that we must get to tonight to be pushed ahead?
So actually, I think the critical one is 13A, the fire safer grant. I think we have a deadline that if we need to make that one.
Okay, let's go to the firefighter grant then. And who will be leading us through this?
Chief McCowan will.
Right, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of the public listening. I'll try to make this fairly concise. I just wanted the item before you tonight. There's actually 2 separate actions in this one item. They're both safer grants. And so I just want to reiterate that the safer grants is one of the 3 grant programs that constitute FEMA's focus on enhancing the safety of the public and firefighters with respect to our fire and fire related hazards. So, and all this is in my staff reports. I don't want to just try to read all of it, but you know, the idea of these grants is to help meet minimum staffing as defined in NFPA 1710 and 1720. And those are standards that say how many people did it take to safely fight a fire? How many people did it safely take to do this? So there's 2 grants, 2 actions. And I'm going to talk about the Reserve Safer Grant first. So one of the Reserve Firefighter grants, and these 2 grants do not affect each other, as they have no bearing on whether one or the other is approved or not. So the Reserve Firefighter grant would allow us to hire and bolster up our reserve firefighters. Unfortunately, the ranks of our reserve firefighters are going way down. We're down to 5 right now. We had up to 30 at one point. You know, and we're looking over $10,000 to hire each one. Not so much a matter of, you know, maintaining them. It's really that initial hire. So the reserve grant will pay for medical backgrounds, set of turnouts, and also pays for their per diem pay. So, and there's no cost and there's no requirement to the city to keep them after we hire them. So it really is a good grant. So I would encourage that. So getting into the main part of the presentation tonight is I'm asking for permission for the mayor to sign a letter of support for safer grant to hire 5 firefighters. You know, and put this in the context of, you know, we did have a fire department study that shows we need 2 staff fire stations to provide adequate coverage. And this was at 2019. And so today we have one staff firefighter, one staffed engine company, and we have a squad, so to speak. We don't have two. We got to remember that, to our knowledge, at this point, Palm Fire is going to be relocating their fire station. And right now they provide a lot of first in coverage on the south side of the city. Our call volume's up. Last year we had 3,033 calls. When they did the study, we did 2,676. There's a steady increase. Same as our overlapping calls. When they did the study, it was 767 overlapping calls. We're up to 1,176 calls. So it just kind of frames it out. So what we're asking, where would we hire these firefighters? So the grant only pays for firefighters. So what the plan would be, we need these 3 firefighters would staff the second engine company. That would give us 2 fully staffed engine companies. And then we would promote up where we would actually have the division chiefs, the manager side of it. So the 5 firefighters that the grant would be paying for would be on the bottom row, but I wanted to illustrate where would these positions be? How would our org chart look after we hire these 5 people? And so this kind of explains where they would go, then in positions that they would fill. So along with this, there's a cost associated. And so the cost associated, it shows that the I got pulling right. So because it's a grant, we'll only pay for firefighters' wages, and we're asking to promote up to two additional division chiefs. So the first year there would be an additional $194,000 cost. And the second year would be $216,000. Third year, $242,000, for a total of, over the 3 years, an additional $652,000, almost $653,000. And there is no requirement that after the grant ends for the city to keep the 5 firefighters hired. And so if we do propose to keep the firefighters on, we're looking at about $750,000 a year in wages that we're not incurring today after the grant's over. I put a few org charts in the staff report that shows the I didn't want you to think that we're trying to staff up at the fire department to get a lot of extra people that we don't need. I think I articulated in a staff report, what these folks would be doing. And also just wanted to point out a couple somewhat similar departments. For example, Scotts Valley, they serve about 20,000 people. They have 2 fire stations, 2 engine companies. And even if we added these folks here, the Scotts Valley would have 4 additional, another deputy chief, and then 3 more firefighters. Seaside, which is right next door to us, they have 2 engine companies, 1 fire station. But they would have an additional deputy chief and 4 additional firefighters. So we're not even trying to get up. We're trying to get to a basic level of service is where we need to be today. What we're asking about today. We are really, we know that staffing is a #1 item on your council priority list. And we're trying to figure out ways that we can get there and without maybe taking a big hit to the general budget, but this is a staffing that we need today. So is there any, I know it's getting late, so I want to leave time for questions and answers, or I have the report, I can answer and expand on any of these items, but because one of the things, kind of expanding, I'm just trying not to, but reduce there's so many things that we're not doing today that we need to be doing. All the way from prevention. You've heard tonight about all these, the issues in Sea Haven, road widths, prevention. We have a big wildland fire problem. We don't have it yet, but we have the urban interface areas. We in fact had a meeting today about it. We have a more emergency planning that mentioned. We're doing these things, and yes, we do these things, but it's jumping but not little fires all the time. We're not doing it the way it needs to be done.
All right, let's go to our city manager, Lane Long.
I just want to add a couple points to that. Typically, a big staffing change like this we would do during our budget process, and you'd be making decisions like this when we're looking at decisions for staffing and resources from the whole city. But we have a deadline with the SAFER grants, and we have to have it submitted by the end of this year. And as Chief McCowan explained, we have 2 engine companies now. The second one, we aren't up to that minimum staffing level yet and we need to get to that minimum staffing level. And it's because of as is shown, the increased demand. It's because the Palm Station is moving, and that's just a basic level of service. The other 2 division chiefs, those have just been areas that we need more oversight. Right now, a typical fire station, you'll have a captain, but then you'll have a battalion chief that will oversee that shift, or a division chief. And we don't have that ability at all. And so it gives us the ability to give better oversights on each of our shifts, but also these key things of fire prevention, and our fire marshal, and operations and training, and our emergency management program, and our EOC. It finally gives us the ability to do it. And the decision for us really is, we know that for the next 3 years, the grant's going to pay 100% of these costs. And our out-of-pocket cost is roughly $200,000 a year each year for the next 3 years. And from a budget point of view, I'm telling you, we can handle that $200,000 with no problem in our budget. And so the decision will then be 3 years once the grant expires. Have we grown our tax base sufficiently to cover these positions? We're continuing to expand our tax base, and you'll be in a position 3 years from now to be able to look at that. And if we have a downturn in the economy, or our tax base doesn't grow to be able to support it, then we have the ability to say, okay, we're going to cut back some of these positions. We can't afford it. So from my perspective, for $200,000 a year, we have the ability to finance it. It's really going to fill in some significant gaps that we have in our fire service. And that's why we're kind of recommending the council consider approving that tonight.
Okay, thank you, Lane. Thank you, Chief. Let's go to Councilmember Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief, I don't think that you need to justify whatsoever the need for what you're asking tonight. And I feel bad that we can't even give you more. But so just 2 quick questions. So what are the chances of our approval of this grant? I mean, are you pretty sure that's we apply and we're going to get it, or is there some chance we won't? Because then we need to have some alternative plans.
Yeah, there is no guarantee we're going to be successful. And we're doing everything we can to be successful, make sure we're checking all the boxes. We've been working on this for a while to try to make sure, but no, there's no guarantee. It's not just apply and get it.
Right, okay. But seems like by comparison to other cities, we have a dire need, so maybe they'll take pity on us.
We definitely have a need,
Yeah.
yes.
And then once, is there a time that we would know when we are approved or not?
Yeah, so the application's due next Friday.
Yes.
And so it goes through these filtering processes and it goes through and we may not know sometime till between anywhere from June to September or
June to
October.
September.
Yeah,
Okay, because you obviously need more staff and, I'm just trying to figure out, we're going to be going into our budget review. And at what point do we don't just wait and then not have a plan in place? Because what if they turn us down? That's
Right.
September and what happens?
I would ask them, maybe we plan for it in the budget.
Okay.
And then if we plan for it in the budget, the money's there. But if we don't get when we get the grant,
Okay.
then you would have one-time money to spend on anything else that needs to be spent.
I see. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
All right, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Marina Dirksen.
I'm looking at the, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking at the time. I'm just wondering if we need to make a motion until the end of this matter. Okay, I'll go ahead and make a motion that we extend until the end of this matter.
I'll second. All right, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, that motion passes. Please continue, Christina.
Okay, I have a few questions. Thank you, Chief, for this presentation. Have we applied before?
Yes, we have applied for a reserve grant, which we were successful. And it's expired. And we have also applied for a full-time safer grant and we were successful too. That's how we even got to the second, being able to staff the squad out of Station 2. That's how we opened up the station.
Okay, my second question is, I'm looking at the org chart and seeing all that's missing, code enforcement, our fire marshal, prevention, and with Councilmember Biala here, like, it's so clear the needs are necessary. Does this include money to train these people? So do we have, for example, I'm looking at the yellow. If everybody's looking at this from home, it's the yellow that we're looking at adding. Does this pot of money include money to train people? Do we have people ready to go for a fire marshal position? Do we have people ready to go for division chief EMS specialization?
Yeah, I believe in-house we have the qualified candidates because they've been going to school on their own. Thank goodness for our educational incentives and things like that in our contract. Got a lot of people going to school and classes. And I think that I feel confident that we have the people in-house. We do not need to go to the outside to fill those division chiefs. On the firefighters, the basic training, we hire firefighters that have a firefighter 1 certificate and things like that. So they have the basic skills. Now, no, there is no money in the grant for training, but as with any hire, we would incorporate it into our daily training. Every day we do training, and for example, right now we have Sam Flores. She's one of our probationary firefighters, and she has this whole book, and training is done as part of their daily operations. And so, but we don't have extra money for extra training.
Perhaps as we go into budget sessions, those are the kind of things we need to hear from you about, is your money for training and if it's adequate and if there are other opportunities to train with other organizations. So it brings the shared cost.
On a fire academy, there may be some opportunities there, and we could definitely, explore those.
What does the market look like right now for firefighters? Because if we're looking at 1, 2, 3, and you have some reserves that maybe you'll move up from, but what does the market look like? Are there plenty of jobs for them? Is it a competitive market?
Yes, right now it's a competitive market on the firefighter side. Even it used to be that every job you'd open up, you'd have hundreds of applicants, but this has really switched now. We have every department in the county hiring. I mean, North County hired like just 5, regional just hired 7. Salinas has hired a bunch, Monterey's hiring, and Seaside's hiring, and Cal Fire is hiring in this area alone, like 117, I think George said the other day. So there is competition for people hiring. But having said that, I'm confident that we could do it. We're looking, and I need to solidify all the final details with the city manager, but ways to have it testing and incorporate our current reserves and, you know, go to the outside people that maybe coming out of the fire academy or things like that. But I'm pretty confident we can get the folks.
Just one for the city manager, but really quickly off of this one, it being a competitive market, being at the basketball game and hearing Salinas Police having some hiring bonuses, those kind of things. Might there be room in the future for incentives for us in fire?
Yeah, I'm not sure that we're at that point.
Okay.
You know, I would not recommend any of that at this point. I think
In the future.
let us go through our process, and pretty confident we'll have 5 quality additions to our fire department.
Okay, thank you. Last one was back to the city manager. I had the question of how are we doing with our tax base ability to pay later? And I have circled hotels.
And that question, wait, because we wanted to get clarifying questions.
Oh, sorry.
May
Sure.
have been missing from the staff report.
Sure. Okay.
Hold on to that. Okay, so Chief McCowan, in year 4, if we pass this tonight and we want to keep these new firefighters because we get the grant, hopefully, it would only be 750 grand. I mean, not only, but it would be 750 grand in year 4.
So the it would be 994,000 would be the final year, but we would already be paying 200,000 a year, rough numbers. So there would be an additional 750,000 at the end of it. But
Okay.
the second chart, it shows year 4 post grant be $994,400 for total salaries for these 5 people.
Got it. I didn't see that. I get it.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. You mentioned Scotts Valley, and there's a chart there on page 5 showing their table of organization chart. And in the C shift, it looks like they've got 23 people, but in the others, A shift, B shift, they only have 8 people.
Yeah, well, that one, the PCF is paid call firefighters, which is similar to our reserves. So they have 15 reserves, and it looks like you just put them in the C shift column.
Okay. Now we have 5 reserves and they're not in RTO. Is that
No,
correct?
they're not.
Okay, so if you discount the 15 call firefighters from Scotts Valley,
Mhm.
You end up with 24 personnel on the 3 shifts, plus the deputy marshal and the fire chief. So that's really a total of 26 in Scotts Valley.
24, 25, 26. Yeah.
And that's comparing to 25 people shown here on the seaside. And if we get the ones we're asking for here, we would add up to 22. So we would have 22. Scotts Valley would have whatever I said. I don't remember. What would
26.
26. And Seaside would have 25. It seems like it's about right because Marina is so much smaller than Seaside and that Scotts Valley is a little bit more affluent, so they can afford more personnel. But I just wanted to point that out because I wasn't sure about what the PCF was. I thought those were real, full on for firefighters, not on call. So that's all I had for a clarifying question, and then I'll ask something more in the future here. So let's go to public comment. And Denise Turley, this might be a residual hand up, but let's go to Denise in case you had something on this issue.
I do, and it's a real quick one. There's no argument that they need more people. I would like the chief to make a comment on how having suspicious staff to do the job affects overtime. Thank you.
Can you repeat the question, please, Denise?
How does having sufficient staff affect overtime?
Okay, so how does having sufficient staff affect overtime? Okay, thank you, Denise. We'll get to that. We'll get to that as soon as possible. Let's go to Mark Sweeney. Good evening, Mark.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Mark Sweeney, President of the Marina Professional Firefighters Association, your firefighter union. I just wanted to take a couple minutes to speak on the SAFER grant, show some support for it. Listening to the chief, he made some good points there as far as our needs. As you guys know, we're below minimum staffing right now with 3 firefighters at Station 1 and 2 out at the airport at our Station 2. This SAFER grant would help bring us up to the minimum. It'll carry us into the future with the growth of the city and the growth of city services to keep up with that. I'm sure we'll talk about more growth someday, but for now, it gets us up to the minimum that we need. Not only does this help us, and the chief did mention this, not only does it help us provide better services and create a safer environment for the citizens and visitors of our city, but it also provides an increased safety for the members of our fire department. When we show up, and I've spoke about this in the past when we've had other issues, when we show up to a fire, a vehicle accident, some other incident, with only 2 people, there's a lot of work to be done in a very short amount of time. And often that one extra set of hands makes a huge difference. As a captain, my role is supervisory on those calls. And if I'm on a 2-person company, I find myself getting mixed up very much at the task level and hands-on. And it does cause a reduction in our overall safety because my situational awareness is going to be reduced because I'm focused on my hands-on job instead of supervising a crew to make sure we're working safely and efficiently. So in that way, it improves the safety of your firefighters that are employed by the city. And it also, like I said, provides faster and more improved help and care to the citizens of Marina. I was just looking over an incident for our upcoming event. You guys will recall the young boy that we had buried on the beach back in 2020. It was all hands on deck to successfully get him out of that entrapment in the beach. He nearly died. We were able to save him, and today he's living a strong, healthy life. He's probably about 10 years old now. And so, when I bring up having an extra individual on that engine, those are the type of events I'm talking about. They're not the everyday, all the time, but there are those special cases and fires where it's really going to make a big difference. So I do ask that you support this SAFER grant. It'll help with staffing at the engine company level. And as the chief mentioned, we are in dire need of the division chief positions as well to better facilitate our admin needs so that we can continue to grow and develop as a fire department. And
Excuse me, Mark. Sorry to interrupt you.
Out of time.
I'm sorry, Mark, but thank you for your comments.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Okay. All right, we'll go a moment or two to let anyone else who hasn't spoken raise your hand so you can speak. Okay, we'll close public comment. And Chief McCallan, Denise had the question about staffing, adequate staffing, reducing overtime, or what its effect is on overtime.
Yes, when we have low staffing, our overtime's skyrockets. You know, it's like, for example, right now we have one person been on an extended disability leave, you know, and so our overtime is just, you know, very high. So that it does help on the overtime. And I do want to I heard one other thing too. I just wanted to clarify too. On the firefighters, it's pretty straightforward what they do. The division chiefs, you know, they do, it's two roles really. It's operational and administration. You know, the administration is just all the fire marshals, the planning, the EMS, the training, the operations. But where we're really kind of lacking too on the operational side, and this is another role, that each be assigned a shift. And they're going to be going to calls that we're not responding to now that we should be. I think a good example is like vehicle accidents. You know, and there are just so many vehicle accidents, we cannot get our work done. I would, you know, to go respond to just about every other department responds, because if the chief going does nothing else but block and provide a safety zone, we're getting these cars running into these fire engines now. They just had one in Contra Costa. They just had one in New York. You know, they just all over the place, but unconfirmed fires, commercial fire alarms, things like that. So there's definitely going to be a benefit to the community and the service level, as well as on the administrative side, on the planning level.
Thank you, Chief. So I have a couple of comments or questions. It's in my memory that in 1985, we only had 15 firefighters, including the chief, 15 staff, not counting the executive assistant. And then in about 2020, after we passed these new taxes, we got 4 new firefighters, which were the first new positions that we've had since 1985. So even though calls had gone up, you know, maybe twice or more than twice, we had, you know, I think we were down to 14 fire staff at one point. And now we're up to 19, up from 15, you know, 30 years ago, whatever. And if we have this proposal approved tonight and we get the grant, we'll go up to 22. So from go ahead.
Next numbers are off. Right now, today, we have 15 line personnel, plus myself and Carlos, so 17 is where we're at today.
Okay.
And that's with the additional 4 people we hired. We had lost personnel over the years.
Okay, so we are up to today 17.
With counting myself.
Right, which I am counting you. Okay, and then if we get this 17 plus 5, we'll be at 22. Okay, so I just want to note that we're coming from a deficit, and as Captain Sweeney kind of detailed, we're just going to get up to par. The last thing I want to say is that when you push the fire staff, really decade after decade, but year after year, there's got to be a cumulative total of the stress on the body and the mind of always being understaffed. You know, Mark described one is, you know, that you go to an incident, you got to do two roles, you got to supervise, and you got to have hands-on operations. And that's got to take a toll on our firefighters, just like it would be on our teachers. You know, our teachers are under a lot of stress too. And cumulatively, we should not be in the position here at City Council of expecting that to continue. And since we have as strong of finances as we had, now we have strong finances compared to the past, we need to start, in my opinion, probably everyone's opinion here, we need to start addressing that. And the police are going to come next, I'm sure. And it's going to be the same sort of argument that we want to support that need as well. So that's why I'm in favor of what we're doing tonight. And I appreciate we might get 3 years of much reduced cost, and then we got to pick up the full tab. And if we can't pick up the full tab because something goes south between now and then financially, we just can't keep them on. But we've never hired in this kind of a grant situation and not kept them on. So our full intention is to keep them on. And I think that our past track record can show would-be applicants that, you know, this is not a 3-year deal, you know, unless something goes really, really bad that we haven't experienced in the past. Okay, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking for it in here and I don't see it. What is, What is your minimum staffing, like for a city our size, and explain what that is?
For the city of our size, right now, we're looking, the minimums, I'm sorry, what our minimum staffing is today or what we should be at today?
Both. What is our minimum staffing today and what should we be at? And are we breaking any rules or laws or health
Well,
and safety codes?
you know. So per the fire study, we should be having at where we're at in 2019, 2 staffed engine companies and a proper supervision, which is what I'm asking to bring us up to today. Today, we have 1 engine company, 1 squad, and 1, division chief and myself to cover all the calls. So we're not where we should be today.
How many people is that?
Today, we have 17 people, counting myself. We have 5 people each day online, 3 at Station 1, 2 at Station 2. And then we have the division chief Vega and myself as far as,
And you say we should be at 22.
yes.
Does that affect people's insurance or anything like that?
I can't say that it affects, well, I take that back. So if we get when we get our ISO rating and we get up 2 staffed engine companies, we were very close last time to be reducing our ISO rating. When we get the truck for sure, but we might need to wait till we actually get the fire station built on the south side because of the response times. But we definitely would have a better ISO rating than what we have today. And I would need to have it, we could actually ask to have it revisited, and we may actually lower our ISO rating another number, and actually our residents and visitors could see a savings. I know that when we get the fire station built and have the engine company over here, absolutely. I almost believe with this extra staffing, we wouldn't be able to do, but I can't say for sure.
Okay, I will be supporting this motion and would be honored to be able to make it when we're ready.
Thank you, Mayor. I too am, will be supporting any motion that's made to support the recommendation, but I do want to speak to the desire not to minimize that 242,000 that we're putting forward. And am I correct in assuming the 994 in year 4 is in today's dollars?
I need to check with the finance manager, but I believe he put in increases every year. So if you look at the chart above it, you can see that each year the cost goes up to compensate for raises and things like that.
Okay.
So hopefully those are 4 years from now numbers,
So
not today's numbers.
thank you, Chief. And assuming this gets passed, good luck, by the way, on the grant. But I would ask council and staff just to consider what these future costs really mean for our budgeting process. I mean, these are not small amounts of money, and I don't want to be the super fiscal conservative on the dais, right? But these are going to have impacts. These are going to change the way we prioritize things that were prioritized a couple years ago. So I hope that we consider that. I hope that if we decide that the 5 personnel don't need to be kept on, that we're open to that in year 4. And that we do always look to do what's best for the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. All right, let's go to Councilmember Fiala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually had my hand up to make a motion, but if Mayor Pro Tem wishes to do that, I'll second it.
Yes, I'd like to make the motion.
Okay, why don't you make the motion and then we'll go to Councilmember Fisher for comment after the second.
Okay, I make a motion that we adopt this resolution authorizing the mayor to sign a grant support letter for the 2022 Assistance to Firefighters Grant Program Staffing for Adequate Fire and Emergency Response, also known as SAFER, for 5 full-time firefighters and a second grant application for recruitment and retention of reserve firefighters and authorizing the mayor to sign a letter of support for the 2022 Assistance to Firefighters Grant Program staffing for adequate fire and emergency response for firefighters, for reserve firefighters.
I second.
Okay, all right, let's go to Councilmember Fisher.
This is just a remark, Mayor. I hope that's okay. I would like to thank Mark Sweeney for his remark, saying that every extra set of hands helps. Because I see that 70% of the responses are medical. And this summer, there'll be 10 years that my husband was saved by firefighters. And they happened to have one extra person on the truck or the engine, whatever they call that. And they told me afterwards, they said, we needed all the hands that were there. So it's very dear to my heart. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, please say no. So that passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, council. I really appreciate it. And it's great service to the community and to the fire department. Thank you.
We can just continue it to our next available meeting.
So it's a date certain. Okay, March 21st. All right, thank you, everyone. Juan, good to see you. Thanks for staying. Glenn, thanks for being here. You represent 22,000 people. And from Scouts.